call the April 17th meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County to order. Would you please join me in a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the greatest nation on earth? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next on the agenda is oral communications. Anyone wishing to speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda, please feel free to come forward in turn.
Good morning. I'm Chris Day from the Friends of the Tuolumne County Library. The Friends and the library staff are gearing up for the Children's Summer Reading and Activities Program. This year's theme, Reading Takes You Everywhere. This year's theme is Reading Takes You Everywhere. The program not only keeps kids reading during vacation, but it also provides fun cultural programming at all 4 locations: Sonora, Maine, Groveland, Tuolumne City, and Twain Harte. We expect over 600 children of all ages to participate this summer. The program helps children prevent the summer slide when young students experience a loss of reading progress that they have made during the school year. The program's themes, activities, incentives motivate children to read at or above grade level during their vacation, thus keeping their reading skills on track for the next school year. The Friends of the Tuolumne County Library and its chapters provide the funding for the program materials and incentives, and we provide volunteers to assist library staff with enrollment and weekly activities. Last year's program saw increased numbers at Twain Harte and Tuolumne City libraries. At Twain Harte, we set a new record: 131 children enrolled in the Summer Reading and Activities Program, and we gave out 240 books rewarding readers for their diligence. These books are for the children to keep to augment their home libraries. The Twain Harte program also included reading to therapy dogs, story time, and the activities program, which averaged 37 children per week. Likewise, Tuolumne City Library set a new record with 135 children enrolled during the summer reading program. 259 books were distributed to our young readers to reward their reading achievements. And the activities program averaged 39 children per week. System-wide, 112 children read 5 books or more during the program. The 5-book challenge kids had a chance to win one of several prizes that included bicycles and gift cards. Our library branches provide children and their parents educational and fun activities during summer vacation. Our goal is to develop the love of reading and lifelong learning for these children. I would like to give you a tote bag with some of the materials children will receive during the program when they enroll for this summer's summer reading and activities program. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I wish to publicly congratulate County Agricultural Commissioner Gary Stockel for the diligence he and his dedicated staff demonstrated in investigating and preparing the pesticide episode incident report regarding the Roads Division wellhead violations of 2016. Thank you, Commissioner. Gary has recently been acknowledged statewide to all of his county agricultural commissioner peers by the Department of Pesticide Regulations for his commendable efforts to protect the safety of our drinking water. This recognition of Commissioner Stockel is on the California Department of Pesticide Regulations website at County Agricultural Commissioners Focus, cdpr.ca.gov. The profile includes a statement regarding trends seen, especially relating to pesticides, where it became necessary for the Commissioner's office to focus on education about wellhead protection to prevent pesticides from being applied near water wells. The profile concluded with recent accomplishments. The department recently produced a guide for wellhead protection, important in a county where many people and small water agencies draw drinking water from wells. The department has also done more outreach work with pest control professionals. I greatly appreciated the manner and speed in which Commissioner Stockel's office responded upon my reported observation of a suspected wellhead violation. To be clear now, the state of California has recently spotlighted our county agricultural commissioner for his efforts in remediating a problem of possible statewide significance that had slipped under the radar in Tuolumne County and potentially elsewhere. This discovery was of public benefit to the residents of Tuolumne County and to the residents of the entire state of California. This Board of Supervisors would do well to understand that a citizen with a sense of civic duty and service to community saw something and said something and set in motion a positive change, now statewide, because our County Agricultural Commissioner's Office listened and took swift and decisive action, unlike District 5 Supervisor Carl Rodefer, for declining since January 2017 to speak of this critical matter with his constituents, some of whom had their wellheads violated. It should not have taken the California Environmental Protection Agency's Department of Pesticide Regulations publicly acknowledging the Agricultural Commissioner's education efforts to make very clear that my uncompromising advocacy and relentless persistence in pursuit of the truth on this matter was not beating a dead horse, as one supervisor recently spoke those words to me, but a legitimate demand for government transparency and accountability. It is my expectation now that a very long and extremely counterproductive impasse with the county may soon be concluding on this matter, and that the county may finally be breaking its public trust damaging silence 2 weeks from today on May 1st. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to speak on a couple things. I just found out this morning that you are not the people to talk about closing Lineberg Street, correct? But I think it was a wonderful idea. I like the idea. I can see chairs and tables and umbrellas set up and people sitting there eating their lunch and having coffee. And I can see a pathway from downtown to Old Town and kind of revitalizing that area to more pedestrian, usage. Anyway, I'm big in favor of that, and I guess I have to go to City Council.
I'm sure the City Council would appreciate hearing your comments.
Okay. And the other thing was my concern about the library. Like Chris, I love our libraries and the rec department, especially when I had children. Unfortunately, they all left town for jobs. But the newspaper spoke about maybe setting up a commission or a 2% or 0.5% tax, sales tax. Well, I'm wondering, was the newspaper correct? It wasn't either or. The commission would have to be funded by that 0.5% tax, correct? Huh?
Sure you
Let Craig answer.
Yeah, I could talk with you after the meeting about that. It
Okay.
was a presentation from a prior meeting.
Uh-huh.
I'd be glad to talk to you about it.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't at a previous meeting, but I would just like to think that there was due diligence of an economic report, impact report. Could we raise enough money to, keep our employees' retirement, expand, pay rent, if that would have to be the issue? It's a very important issue thing to me. And before we rush in and try to put something on the November ballot, that we, really do in-depth report how feasible and viable it would be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Rowland with Tuolumne County Leadership. Leadership Tuolumne County.
And I'm Gary Johnson, and we're part of the 2017-2018 class of Leadership Tuolumne County. And we have had the pleasure of actually sitting in this room and listening to almost everybody here teach us as citizens about government. And so each class, each year does their own project, and our project is to develop what's called a volunteer fair. The volunteer fair is taking place a week from this Thursday. It's on the 26th of April from 3 to 6 o'clock, and it's going to be at the fairgrounds in the John Muir Building. And we've already done our work to get the nonprofits to our event. We have 73 nonprofits coming from this county. And all of those people will be set up behind tables. And now it's our job to get the general public there. This is the first time this has ever been done, and it's going to be an annual event. we're asking everybody, if you know of anybody who is interested or don't even know they're interested in wanting to become a volunteer, have them come to this event. It's from 3 to 6. It's a Thursday. And they can walk around and talk to all the different individuals and see if there's a match for them. And so any advertisement, and we have handouts here and flyers that we'll hand out to our audience, but anybody who can give us any advertisement, word of mouth is the best way, as everybody knows. We'd really appreciate that. So do you guys have any questions about our event?
No questions. I just want to thank you for being here. I was going to get up and make that announcement also, and appreciate this effort. I think it's going to be very worthwhile.
For you to put up somewhere.
I'll take one.
Awesome.
And April is volunteer month, so it's good timing to just spread the word about volunteerism in general. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and just come to the event yourself. We'd appreciate it and love to have you there. So if anybody wants a flyer on it to give to somebody, I've got a handful here. Raise your hand if you'd like a flyer.
What's that? Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patrick Kane. I wanted to come by this morning and introduce myself. I am the new project manager for Central Sierra Connect broadband consortium out of Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. And I started last month, so I'm getting all those words in the right order, and I'm still getting that down. We're working to expand broadband, reliable, high-speed broadband access in the Central Sierra region. And one of the things we're working on right now is making sure everyone knows about this very handy app for your smartphones or smart devices from the California Public Utility Commission called CalSpeed, which if you download it and use it, it reports your connection speed stuff to the Public Utilities Commission, and then they have that data so that they can work to solve issues that we have with having access to high-speed broadband. So I would like to encourage everyone here who heard what that's called, CalSpeed, to download that and get some of that data to them so that we can use that. Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do I have consensus from the board to continue beyond the 15 minutes? Thank you. Morning.
Morning. I just wanted to respectfully request of the board that any meetings in the future that contain information or decisions regarding cannabis would be scheduled for evening meetings, because couple meetings ago, there was a concern that people were being disenfranchised because they didn't own large enough parcels to grow more marijuana on. But the true disenfranchisement of people who are in the community, and by the way, your only permanent tax base, is the disenfranchisement of voting and tax-paying members of the public, because they are working, supporting programs that other people are taking advantage of. So I would greatly appreciate it, and I'm sure the public would too, if you would allow any decisions on cannabis to be discussed and made when the working public is able to attend the meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, the public. My name is David Gonzalez. I'm your Community Resource Agency Director. I'm here on a very positive note to introduce Kim McFarlane. She is our new Assistant Director and should be handling, I guess you want to call it the public works side, roads, fleet, and the solid waste division. I have been very fortunate to have acquired her from the Valley down there. Kim is a licensed civil engineer with many years in environmental and civil background. She possesses both master's degrees in civil and environmental engineering. And I'll be very brief. I am excited to have her here and looking forward to be able to spend some time with each of you to get to know her much better. So with that, I'm going to let Kim walk up to the mic here and say a few words to you. I'll be brief. Thank you.
Really brief. I just wanted to say I'm really looking forward to working with all of you, and thank you for the opportunity. So.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for extending public comment. I want to thank the Solid Waste Division who came to the Union Democrats Home and Garden Show. 2 of them were there. They spent the whole weekend. I was very impressed. So there is going to be a Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day in Sonora on Saturday, May 19th, and in Groveland on Saturday, August 18th. Last year after the Motherlode Parade, I found like a bazillion batteries in the trash, and batteries are considered hazardous waste. So I brought some handouts for how we dispose of properly batteries in our county. We're also having Tire Amnesty Days, May 1st through the 15th at 2018, up at the Groveland Transfer Station. It'll be Wednesdays and Saturdays only, with no appointment necessary, and at Cal Sierra it'll be daily by appointment only. And then I brought some of their laminated handouts on what you can and cannot recycle in the blue bins. And then I was very disappointed that once again the Solid Waste Committee was canceled, because I don't think you've met since October, and I think we have issues to discuss. So the contract is not the same with the city of Sonora and the county. So if you wish to recycle little yogurt containers, you cannot do this in the city of Sonora, but you can do this in the county. However, all the recyclables go to the same place, so I don't see what difference it makes. And if you use these colored solo cups or, whatever, you cannot recycle these in the city of Sonora, but you can in the county, as well as some of these other cups. And if you go someplace and get salad dressing or salsa or whatever, these are not recyclable at all. These are trash. And these kind of containers, you can recycle these in the county, but not in the city of Sonora, as well as little microwave dishes in this county, but not in the city of Sonora. And we need to get everybody on the same page, in my opinion, and that is worth a Solid Waste Committee meeting, because Cal Sierra and Waste Management make a lot of promises that they don't keep. Then I would also like to say that the DA's office came by the city council yesterday and announced that they had won a grant to get another therapy dog. So I think that's really great. And then at the last Finance Committee, I was once again so pleased to see all the members of the public who attended. Thank you.
Sarah? Can people speak twice in public comment?
I think if it's a different subject matter, it's oral communications, yes.
Different, no. I just want to reiterate about the solid waste, the recycle. I keep a big box and I take it down to my son because we don't recycle here. And there's not enough knowledge shared in our community. And I see pictures of whales cut open full of plastic. I see pictures of birds cut open full of plastic. We really have to take a stand on our plastic problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Don Taylor out of Groveland. I'm missing my supervisor. I'm very unhappy about that. However, solid waste. I'm in Groveland. Groveland only takes type 1 and type 2, and everything else has to go into the trash. Why is it that the county cannot be consistent in going from one point to the other and get us all involved in doing this recycling? I'm kind enough to pick up the garbage that's on Old Priest Grade. I've actually taken half a pickup load of recycles off of Old Priest Grade and to get recycles. They were all 1 and 2. But the 3s, 4s through 6s and the rest of the garbage ends up, again, in the garbage. So I would really like to see a consistency in the county for picking up all of these solid wastes. If you've got an agency that wants to do garbage, that agency really needs to be in step with the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick note on Supervisor Gray and myself are on the Solid Waste Committee, and we are very interested in the subjects you guys are talking about, but much more so in long-term evolution of our solid waste system in this county. And what you're talking about is a part of it. Construction debris is a part of it. And the state requirements, the mandates for much higher diversion from landfills, those mandates will force us to need to do much more, which we intend to. But I just wanted to acknowledge those comments and let you know it's something we are working on and aware of. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Randy Hanveld. I am a citizen of Tuolumne County and purveyor of the arts, I guess, because it is time again, and I'm sorry I just got the information, but the Columbia College Community Chorus will be putting on their annual Spring Sing event. I call it the Spring Sing event. I got some posters I'd like the county to put up. Unfortunately, this information came very late. The concerts are this Saturday night at 7:30. And this Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, they're at St. Matthew Lutheran Church up in the Christian Heights area. If you pre-buy your tickets at Mountain Bookstore, Bookshop, or Manzini Bookstore, or Murphy's Music, you'll have a chance to save a couple of bucks. And it's a wonderful concert. I can't tell you how much I enjoy my Never Miss. It's your heart will be singing, your feet will be dancing. You'll say thank you. So I'll give you that.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Randy Hanveld, and this time I'm here to speak about advocacy for economic development and housing in Tuolumne County. The Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority, along with PG&E, the Rural County Representatives of California, better known as RCRC, and the Central Sierra Economic Development District are putting on a forum with interested and knowledgeable people, particularly builders, financing people, and real estate people. They're putting on a housing summit on April 30th. It'll be at Black Oak Casino. It starts at 10 a.m. We have some really distinguished people here. Kim Van, former supervisor from Colusa County, is now the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, state representative for rural economic development. She will be there, a featured speaker. Otto Katarina from the California Association of Realtors will be there. Peter Turnbull from PG&E, and Craig Ferguson from the RCRC Golden State Finance Authority, or Housing Authority, will be there. I'll be moderating this session, and I encourage you, if you have a sincere interest in this, to look at the website, which is Tuolumne Housing Summit.eventbrite.com. This brochure is it was in the early ones and it's out of date, so don't have any to pass out. But look it up or call Larry Cope's office and get signed up if you have an active interest and can influence this. It's important. Housing in California is a big deal. Housing in Tuolumne County is a big deal. There isn't enough of it, and this is the first of one of these in the state to be done. Larry Cope and I worked to make this thing happen, and so appreciate anybody's interest in being there and making some housing happening in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Seeing no further public comment, would the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on April 3rd, 2018, authorizing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to apply for a 2018 Volunteer Fire Assistance Grant, adopting a resolution authorizing the renewal of an investment authority to the Treasurer Tax Collector and approving Tuolumne County's Statement of Investment Policy, adopting a resolution allowing the Tuolumne County Emergency Medical Services Agency to require first responders, emergency medical responder applicants to submit fingerprints to the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for certification purposes, and accepting the resignation of Pamela Anderson from the Carter Cemetery District and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Thank you. Would any board member like to pull any item? No. Seeing none, is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, just want to point out that on item number 4, there was a technical correction made to the resolution that was attached. That's before you on the dais. So in adopting that item, you'll be adopting this corrected resolution.
Thank you.
I would like to know if item number 2 has a match associated with it.
Okay.
How much that's going to cost me.
Can staff address that? Thanks, Paul.
Members of the board, Paul Avila, County Fire. Yes, it does have a match, 50% match. So
Okay.
I believe we're asking for 19,000 some change. We spend 39,000, but basically it's up to $20,000. So if we spend 40,000, we have to pay 20.
And just to clarify, that would come out of our fire account?
Yes, it's already budgeted within our account.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Move on this consent calendar.
Okay, a motion.
Second.
A second. So motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Brennan. Any other comments? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, would the clerk please read item 6?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the appointment or calling an election to fill a vacancy on the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District Board of Directors.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. This item concerns a vacancy on the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District Board of Directors. Now having only 2 members on its 5-member board, it can no longer meet a quorum in order to hold a meeting. That would include a meeting to fill its vacancies. In such cases, authority falls on your board to either call an election or appoint a director. Appointments are preferred, and fortunately there's a qualified candidate who has stepped forward to be appointed. The district requests appointment of Mr. James McDonald to serve the remainder of the unexpired term, which ends this year in December. His application and resume are included in your board materials, as well as a draft resolution for your approval should you appoint him. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does the board have any questions? No, thank you. Yeah, it's my district. Is there any public comment?
Well, as an honorary fire chief of this fire protection district, thank you, Mr. Crabtree, I would approve this appointment, but they have a very active group up there, so why don't they have 5? So we need to do some recruitment so that they can have a full board.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm Larry Crabtree. I'm the fire chief at Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. I work for the board. One of the reasons we have a hard time drawing, probably the biggest reason, is there are only about 300, 200 qualified people that live within the district boundaries. Only two qualifications. You have to be a registered voter in the district, registered to vote in the district, and be a resident of the district. We have a lot of interested people, but many of them don't live within the boundaries of the district. And we also have two additional applicants that are going to be submitting applications. So we hope at the May board meeting to fill the board out to a full 5-member board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, any other questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank volunteers that do this kind of work.
Absolutely.
They're not often thanked, and we need to do that more often. And I'll thank Mr. McDonald for signing up and doing this. These are important jobs. They're really important jobs. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll make a motion, even though it's your district.
Thank you.
I'll make
Absolutely.
a motion to approve this appointment and approve the resolution.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
You can have it. So a second.
I have a comment.
Sure.
Unfortunately, one of the resignations of one of our volunteers was on the consent calendar, so I didn't really want to pull it, but I didn't want to comment. I did want to comment on it, and I couldn't. But this isn't what Supervisor Hanvelt said. That volunteer fair this weekend, or I'm sorry, April 26th, is really a big thing because this county runs on volunteers. I have no idea what percentage to put on it, but it's over 50% of the business that gets done by this county is done by boards, commissions, nonprofits, all of that stuff that contribute to this community immensely. So please support the volunteer fair. And also, yes, thank you very much for volunteering for the position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just make a quick comment. I wanted to thank you, Mr. McDonald, for stepping up. As has been stated, it's very important that we have volunteers in this community to make things work, and it's noted and appreciated. And Mr. Crabtree, just while you're here, I just wanted to congratulate you on your retirement. It'll be coming up. Thank you for all of your service as well. So with that, I've got a motion and a second. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Would the clerk please read item 7?
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of Assembly Bill 2727 related to the personal income tax credit for volunteer and professional firefighters.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Paul Avila, County Fire. Most rural communities in California, such as Tuolumne County, rely heavily on volunteers to either, one, staff their stations and respond first out, or complement the paid staff, such as Woodwood County Fire. In Tuolumne County, most departments rely on volunteers. Recently, Assembly Member Heath Flora, which actually used to be a firefighter for me in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit here, introduced Assembly Bill 2727. This bill would provide a personal income tax credit for costs incurred for training and equipment by qualified firefighters. This bill is also sponsored by RCRC. The tax credit would be up to 80% of the amount incurred, not to exceed $1,500 a year. As we've stated before, training requirements for firefighters continue to go up. OSHA requirements, legislation, et cetera, as well as the equipment cost and training cost. Fortunately, speaking for County Fire, with the support we get from the board and the county, we provide, all the required training. We outfit our firefighters with the best PPE, and I thank you for that. There are a lot of departments, paid and volunteer, that have a very limited budget. I mean, nobody has the budget that they want. So when I was reading this, I kind of looked at, volunteers, absolutely. Then it kind of went into the paid, but after thinking about and talking to Chief White, there's a lot of paid departments that are barely hanging on, that this might help, that some of these paid folks are going out to get training to better their communities, as well as volunteers as well. In addition, this might help with the recruitment and retention of volunteers. So with this, staff recommends that your board consider approving the correspondence in support of Assembly Bill 2727 related to the personal income tax credit for volunteer and professional firefighters.
Thank
Is there
you.
any questions?
Randy and then Sherry.
Yeah, this is so important. I know we've been on this program for years to try and recruit more volunteers in particular. These people that volunteer as firefighters, what they go through just to qualify is amazing. And I know it costs a lot of them personal, not only time, but money to do this. This is the least we can do for them. We have, by the way, the Miwok Fire Station that we just talked about is a volunteer fire station. There's another one at Cedar Ridge, which is among the best in the state, in my opinion. They have tremendous support from the community right around them. We need to support our firefighters. This is just the least we can do. I'm ready to make a motion, but I'll let my other supervisors comment.
Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, I am in complete support of this, but I think that I would like to see an additional letter, because I don't want to muddy the waters with AB 2727, but an additional letter to Assemblyman Flora, because I think this should be extended to all search and rescue, public safety volunteers, because actually those volunteers are going out into some very oftentimes very hazardous scenarios. I know I've seen search and rescue out in the middle of severe snowstorms, and there's a lot of special equipment that they purchase at their own expense. So I think that I would like to see some communication that this be expanded at some point to include volunteers in the arena of public safety.
Excellent. Carl?
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Brennan. I also agree with her that I don't want to muddy the waters and put this particular bill at risk. But I would like to see another bill or something done to expand it to the all of our first responder kinds of people, and to include search and rescue. So I think this is, as my predecessor would have said, it's a no-brainer.
I might add, we need to make sure that on the letter that we carbon copy all the appropriate legislative people, RCRC, CSAC, our representatives. This is I agree with Supervisor Brennan too. We need to push this.
Thank you. Is there public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move in favor of this letter, and I would like us to agendize the second suggestion by Supervisor Brennan.
Check.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would the clerk please read item 8?
Sure.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so this is a presentation on the Tuolumne County General Plan Amendment and Community Plans.
Good morning, members of the board, public. My name is David Gonzalez. I'm your Community Resource Agency Director. And as you both know, both Quincy and I enjoy working, but we also like to enjoy our lives. So we have a presentation that I'd like to get started with Quincy Yaley on our general plan and the community plans, and some analogies, and I'll step forward and hand out something here when she gets started.
Good morning. My name is Quincy Yaley, Assistant Director at the Community Resources Agency of Development. David and I are here this morning to give you a brief presentation on community plans. Community plans are part of our general plan update process, and so we're going to go over community plans today, and we have some visual aids for you as well. So community plans are a component of the overall general plan, which is the constitution of our local government. We went over that at the last board meeting, comprised of a number of elements that are goals, policies, and programs to aid the community and the county in how we plan for and make decisions in the future. So community plans specifically apply to a defined geographic area. They address similar topics and similar topics that are in the state mandatory general plan elements, and they also look at programs that are specific for a community area. They're common in counties that have distinct communities or regions, and community plans are not something that is called a specific plan. A specific plan has rules for development on a collection of property. They are not a part of a general plan, and specific plans often implement the general plan and the community plan. So just to further define what is a community plan, going with the theme of the general plan update this year, which is all about food, if you recall last time we were here, the general plan was part of a cake, and the general plan is the bottom of a layer cake. And the top layer of the cake was the zoning code, and the frosting that smeared all around it was our environmental review process. So I was talking with staff, and we sort of said, well, how does the community plan fit with the cake analogy? It's not a slice of the cake. It's a cupcake. And so the community plans are the cupcakes to the Tuolumne County General Plan cake. So we've got some, like I said, visual aids here for you and the public as well.
All right, I'll do one. I'm fat and happy.
Are you suggesting we're piecemealing this?
Yes.
Oh.
Have a cupcake.
You're to eat, Randy.
Tuolumne County has 5 existing community plans. These are for the areas in Jamestown, Columbia, East Sonora, Tuolumne, and Mountain Springs. A community plan establishes policies and programs that are really tailored to that specific community. As you can see here on the slide, I've got 2 pictures. One is a picture of an issue that might be addressed in our East Sonora community plan relating to commercial development, parking, landscaping, and aesthetics. Another is a picture from Columbia where we're really looking at visitor serving services, recognizing sort of the past and the cultural resources that we want to maintain and promote. Community plans, they set up a framework for the implementation through future actions. So those future actions may be zoning codes, design guidelines, capital improvement programs, or even other discretionary actions such as a private development project that may come to the county from a citizen. And so we rely on community plans to sort of reflect back onto to see if the proposed action or the proposed next step, the zoning code or another plan, is consistent with that community plan. So as I've said, community plans set up a policy framework for a specific geographic area. But what they don't do is implement the general plan. They work at the same level as a general plan. So they're not subservient to a general plan. They don't supersede a general plan. They hold hands and work together. And like I said earlier, they really do require a next step for implementation, either through a zoning code or through a development project. Going back to that relationship to the overall general plan, community plans treat specific issues in a community, such as parking, design, land use, or circulation. And it must be consistent with the overall general plan. It can't say do something else or promote something else. They need to be consistent with each other. One of the things that we're doing right now is we want to avoid redundancy between community plans and the larger general plan itself. So if an issue is adequately covered in the overall general plan and there's nothing more to say about it, we don't need to address it in a community plan. It just reflects back to the larger general plan if we have a project or an action in a specific geographic area. So the community plan may not be as comprehensive as the larger general plan, where it's silent on an issue. We just reflect back to the general plan. And the last part is also very important. If we are going to change language, boundaries, or any sort of designation within a community plan element because it's part of the general plan, it requires a general plan amendment. So right now, staff is working on 4 of the 5 elements in the general plan update. We're working on Jamestown, Columbia, East Sonora, and Tuolumne. And we're doing the same things to these plans that we did for our larger general plan update, which is to take a look at those community plans and identify change language so that we can target and be really clear on what those community plans already say they want to do. We're not updating the Mountain Springs community plan that was tied to a specific project, and right now we're just leaving that alone. We will be coming back to the community plans once the general plan is updated and doing a true community-wide outreach planning effort. We'll go one at a time through those community plans with community meetings, charrettes, looking at ways that those local residents want to apply those community plans for that geographic area. And because that is such a personal and specific update, it's not really appropriate at this time for David and I to make those changes in the general plan. That's something that we really want to come through with a grassroots effort and look at all the businesses and all the residents in those areas and engage them in that community planning process. When the draft general plan is released this summer, you will see that we've pulled the community plans out of the meat of the general plan, and they will be their own separate volume. It's really to highlight the importance of those community plans. Right now, they're tucked in at the very end of the general plan, and they're often lost in the community's review of a project. So in order to highlight them, we want to pull them out into their own volume and provide the community identity element, which is an existing element, as sort of the introduction for those community plans. So the next presentation we're going to be making is on the general plan implementation. So that's when we're going to eat the cake, all right? And so that's going to be on May 15th. No, you can go ahead. We'll also be coming back in the beginning of June to go over the public review process in anticipation of the release of the general plan and the environmental documents this summer. As always, I'm happy to take questions from you. The public can contact us at 209-533-5633. We also have information on our webpage about the update process and links back to some of the supporting material. As I mentioned in our last presentation, we sent out over 4,000 letters letting property owners know about this process, and we have gotten a large number of calls back. And so folks, just keep calling in, and we will get back to you so that we can make sure that you understand what is going to be happening with your specific piece of property. So,
thank you. Carl? Yeah, do we have understanding that we're going to do the community plans as a separate exercise from the basic general plan? Do we have a time frame that we anticipate starting on that public outreach effort and all of those sorts of things?
Well, we'll be working with your board to help set those priorities.
Okay.
Once the general plan is updated, there's some additional steps with other documents that we have in the planning division that I know your board is interested in, such as our zoning code. So we'll be working with your board to assist us in setting the priorities of when we're going to do those community plans and in what order we're going to be doing those community plans. There are certain communities who are more active and ready to move forward, and so those would likely be the areas that we would start with first after talking with y'all.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
No, I'd just like to commend the CRA for the amount of effort that goes into this. This is not trivial. And it's taken a while, but it deserves the absolute best we've got. And I know you're doing a great job. I appreciate that. And getting this down to something that is readable, understandable, is a major accomplishment. I just look forward to completing it. And I want to thank you guys for a terrific effort on this. And the staff I know has done a lot of the work. You guys just get up and look pretty and do this, but the staff has done the job. And I just want to announce this is not a bribe because we're not voting on it today. And I thank you for the gift, though. But seriously, great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect. All the goals are exactly what we need, so it's workable for our community.
Okay. Any public comment?
Did you guys save Carlin a cupcake? She showed up.
Good morning. I do have a few comments and questions regarding land use change designations. Quincy, what is the definition between urban and urbanizing. Can you give us
Yeah.
some explanation as to
Please
that?
direct the questions
I will.
up here.
May I ask Quincy if she will
No, ask
address?
me and I'll ask her.
May I ask you, Supervisor?
Sure.
May I ask you, Supervisor Royce, to ask Quincy to describe for us what urban and urbanizing is in the context of land use changes that are proposed regarding the update?
You may. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quincy, can you address that, please?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question, Scott, so maybe we can talk afterwards, but I can tell you that in the general plan, we have definitions of urban and rural. And so even though we might not consider Tuolumne County to have urban areas, we do use those words to describe different levels of development intensity. And so typically that's at the 2-acre threshold. And so the general plan and zoning code already say this. This isn't something that's being added in, but it's typically at that 2-acre threshold where we divide that line between urban and rural.
Okay, thank you. That partially answers the question. I do look forward to speaking with you offline about this. As I have looked at some of the letters that people have received regarding these proposed land use changes, the designation has been identified for changes from ER to LDR in large areas. And as I understand it, these proposed changes were prior to your arrival and participation. This is still a continuation of
part of the scenarios,
question.
the preferred growth scenarios. Is that what you're referring to?
What I'm referring to is the GIS layer that indicates the proposed changes that have potentially been in existence since 2012, when I believe it was Rincon Consultants that was retained in June 2012 for general plan update in the prior TCCRA administration. And as I begin to look through and start going in on the GIS layer and seeing the proposed changes, I'm trying to identify just how long some of these proposed changes have been in the offing, whether this is a new proposal from the existing board or whether this has existed for the last several years. But what I see is very disturbing in some of the proposed changes. And what neighbors and residents throughout the county are now starting to see is agitating some folks. So just like on prior issue that I spoke on earlier today, I seem to be the leading edge of seeing something and saying something. And what I'm seeing is proposed land use changes that are entirely inappropriate for certain areas of the county as they exist today and as they very likely will exist in 20 years. So I come back and I say, what is the definition of urban and urbanizing when proposing changes from a maximum building intensity and then we're talking about pre-exemption for all of the fair housing and affordable housing issues. I'm talking about the building intensity of ER is one rooftop primary dwelling per 2 acres. The primary dwelling intensity, building intensity, and we're talking again pre-exemption on LDR is 12. I mean, 6 per acre. So what you're essentially talking about is a 12x. Okay, a 12x maximum building intensity pre-exemption. That's what's being proposed for Stent and Quartz and areas of Soulsbyville and areas up off, I think, a Sawmill Flat. These are intensive areas of development that are being proposed. Now, I understand LDR is not MDR or HDR, but still, when you take a rural area that has been intensely and always agricultural or mining and start looking on a horizon 20 years out into the future for where to start dropping subdivisions, Stent and Quartz and other places like that are inappropriate now and they're inappropriate 20 years from now. These areas are not urbanizing. They're not urbanizing. These areas are suffering from the intensive pressure of externally induced urbanization of high-speed traffic flying through there, largely unregulated, and that is the urbanization that we're seeing in these areas. It's not about growth in the areas. There's not a whole lot of new construction going on there. So my concerns, again, what does urban and urbanization mean in the context of this type of planning when you look on a 20-year horizon and you look at what the growth projections of 90,000 residents of Tuolumne County were upon the last general plan update, and we're nowhere near that. We're not growing.
I think you're skewing some old facts that may not still be pertinent and
I understand
so,
that.
do you want to address this?
I don't,
Yeah, sure. So let me see if I can cover everything that Mr. Fischler covered, and I'm happy to answer any questions that still remain after that. So one of the questions was, when were these general plan land use changes proposed? It actually goes back further than 2013 when we started the general plan update process. The land use changes came from a combination of places, but it actually started, I almost want to say, in 2007 when the county went through a couple of larger planning projects. One was called Health in All Policies. I'm not sure if you remember that. Another one was obviously the Tuolumne Tomorrow Blueprint Study. And so those were the planning documents that sort of set in motion growth projections and patterns that the county then incorporated into the general plan update. This all predates me, and so some of you up on the up there may be able to even explain it better.
Yeah. A lot of what the concerns that you're raising were part and parcel of why we pulled our general plan back when we were getting comments on the EIR, and we wanted to revisit it. And so I would encourage you, pardon me, to give this process a chance. It's going to go back out for public comment again, and it will likely not look very much like what it looked like when it went out the first time. I can't get into the specifics because, quite frankly, I don't know them right now. But the staff has done a huge effort, and I think that in the next 2 to 3 months, we're going to see what that effort really looks like. So many of your comments are very germane. There were some areas that you didn't mention that I can tell you I've personally made some input to CRA on. A lot of it did come from the blueprint study and the preferred growth alternatives, alternative that was selected by the board previous to me even coming onto the board as well. I can tell you if the vote on that alternative had been taken one board meeting later, the result would have been quite different. So we are in the process of working through that.
I appreciate your response. Citizen awareness is much higher this time than it was the last time, and will be exceptionally high for the reason being that these proposed changes were just placed out into the public. So people are reacting to these changes with very limited information. They don't see what the difference between ER and LDR is, for instance, in Stenton courts, and very few people will take the time to look and see what the difference really is. Once they take the time to see what that difference is or understand what that difference is, it becomes very evident that this has been a discussion that's been in the process for a very long time to change the rural character of Stenton courts and other areas in the county.
It was a discussion that's been going on for a very long time, and,
I understand
and in many ways stopped about 2 years ago.
And I appreciate you clarifying that. It is now resumed with putting a proposed map with these proposed changes out to residents with several thousand documents in the mail asking for people to respond if they wish or not. So it is, while it may be in the past, it is still in the current. And though there may be changes made to it, I just wanted to get up today and put a line in the sand to say that there are people very concerned about these changes, and this will be the first of many times that the board hears about this.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yeah.
while I'm on the subject matter here. So what is being proposed and what the letters are stating to those folks, which is over 4,000 of them that my agency has sent out, is to match the existing zoning with the general plan.
Consistency.
That is.
I wanted to
those
bring that
letters
up.
about.
Yeah,
Please
so-
don't interrupt me. Let me speak. So that is what our job is. We are not changing anybody's land use or general plan. There's a reason why we sent those out. If they do not agree with it, they are welcome, just as Quincy stated, to come and talk to us personally. We will not have other people influencing their property rights. And Quincy and I are not making any changes that are not requested by those folks. Those were changes that were pre-team ascent, and we are looking at each and every one of those. So that is what I want you to know. It is not something that's changing under our course. They are welcome to come and talk to us. We're encouraging, as Quincy just said that, to come and speak with us about their personal properties, but others cannot speak for them. So I'll leave it at that. We have other items to go on.
I appreciate your clarification of that, and in the interest of time, since I have many other questions, I will defer to a private conversation with Quincy, and
Thank you.
I appreciate your forthcoming nature this morning.
Very
Thank you,
much.
Evan.
Yeah, thanks. Randy?
I just want to say that this, I don't think this discussion, while it's helpful, this is not a public hearing on this subject. You just were telling us what the plan is to go forth, and we will have public hearings and public presentations. And I encourage the people. I want to thank you for bringing that up. If there is a lot of interest, they need to get to these public hearings, make their feelings known. And I think that the staff, I appreciate what you said, David, we're not going to walk over somebody. That's not our purpose, and we're not going to let anybody else walk on you either. That's important. And that may or may not have happened in the past, but we want to get this right. And so I really want to encourage people to come to your public presentations and to read the document and find it'll be a lot easier to read. And I think not only are you didn't say this, but I want to add this, Quincy. You're simplifying it, you're eliminating inconsistencies, and you're eliminating the conflicts that occurred between different portions of it. And that's the real important thing. This is a workable document where I think our previous document was not so workable. Thank you for the team.
I just want to put an exclamation point on Supervisor Rotifer's comment about 2 years ago, with the comments that we received. That's why this board chose to pull it back and have another go at this. And then to something that Supervisor Hanfield just said, because part of my frustration when we get these documents is how very, very complicated they become. They're volumes, and they have so many pieces that one piece supersedes another piece, and they become so complicated that it's very difficult for the public to actually understand what we're proposing. And so I appreciate the effort to actually remove those redundancies and look at inconsistencies, and I have a lot of confidence that this team is going to come out with a document that is actually going to be digestible by the public, and that is so important. And I appreciate those efforts, and I look forward to getting a chance at a first read on that.
Carl?
Yeah, I just I have to tell you, because I'm on the ad hoc committee for this effort, along with Supervisor Brennan, and we see a lot of the background work that's going on that isn't always out there. I mean, it's like the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of stuff going on under the water, a lot of good work, and I think the community in general will be. I used the term earlier today, in a good way, shocked at how much work has been done on this document when it comes out. Good work, really good work. And this CRA agency is not your grandfather's CRA agency, okay? It is not like days of yore. So I too want to thank these two individuals, but also the people that work for them that are part of that activity going on underneath the water. There has been a lot of work on this, and I think it's going to be a much improved document. There's going to be things the public is not going to agree with, but there is going to be a public process to allow them to work with our CRA staff and work through those issues of disagreement. So it's come a long way. And thank you too very, very much.
You want to make a comment?
Yeah, since I can take advantage of this platform here, is one last thing is we're getting a lot of calls from the public and emails regarding the information that went out. And I'll just plug the website again. A lot of people are going, I went to the website, I still don't understand. A lot of what's happening in the specific land use changes is and David mentioned it, we're bringing that land use designation into compliance with the zoning already on the property. So in a case where a property might be ER, estate residential, and we're changing the designation to LDR, the zoning already reflects that LDR type development. And so we're not promoting that development. We're bringing the general plan into compliance with the zoning.
You're matching what's already
That's
there.
correct. And so that's what we really want property owners to call us on and to talk with us about is hey, they're starting to realize what the zoning is on their property. And this goes back a long time. And so that's what the public really needs to know is that it's a lot of it is a procedural process where the land uses that they can do on their property aren't changing. It stays R1, it stays single family residential. It just brings that bottom layer into compliance with the zoning. And so it's very parcel specific and not necessarily generalized for a whole area because of that zoning component. And so that's really what previous folks have done is they started with the zoning and they're bringing everything up into compliance with that.
You can have multiple zonings that would be compatible with one general plan designation, right?
Correct.
So for people to understand how this works, essentially, general plan is a map of the whole county with different areas, think colored designations, and you can have different types of zonings within each one of those designations. The zoning is what gives you your specific property rights on what uses are either permitted or conditionally allowed. And once those are allowed, then you can actually pursue putting something on a piece of property. Some more context for everybody. Tuolumne County is 78% publicly owned, and the remaining portion of the county that is developable, only 2 to 3% of that is undeveloped at this time. So because such a large portion is publicly owned, there's a small share left that's developable. So part of the goal of the general plan from the board's perspective is to make sure that in the future when people are going to pursue development, you want it to be planned from the county's perspective to be near things like public infrastructure and other development that's compatible and of a similar nature. So you want people to be able to have sewer, public water, you want internet and electrical services. You want all those utilities there. Transportation's a big issue with congestion and things like that. We don't want to concentrate development on roads that don't have the capacity to withstand additional traffic. We want to encourage development where there's already major minor collectors and infrastructure in place to be able to accommodate future development. So we're trying to be intelligent and smart about it. That's why we have planners and they do studies and look at all these different factors to have a general plan which will make Tuolumne County better in the future with what we have. So that's an overview, I think, of how it works. But I think it really is important for the public to understand we're not trying to change what's there. We're just trying to capture what's there, essentially, to be compatible with for that main general plan map overlay, right? Anything else to add? Is there any other public comment? Board questions? Okay, I'll happily move on to item 9. Could the clerk please read that? Good job on the cupcakes, by the way.
Consideration of adopting a resolution for the fiscal year 18 through 19 that includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation accounts expenditures.
Thank you. What's up, Tanya?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Just give me 1 second to open up some stuff.
You like it? Let's keep it going.
Yeah, because I'm not going to be.
Just got to watch him.
Doing that right now. Okay. As you recall, last year we came in front of you, actually the CAO presented the item to do a resolution in order to accept SB1 funds. Last year it was required that we have it in our budget as project lists that were adopted by your board. I'd like to report that currently today we are actually working at upgrading all of our traffic controllers within our signals. That's something that the public doesn't really see, but those are the things that we are working on to improve our safety systems within our signals because we have outdated equipment. So hopefully you'll be able to see some of these magnetic signs for all the things that you can't see that are black pavement that's not going on the ground, but we're still upgrading with our SB1 funds. So in front of you today, the State Controller's Office has made some slight changes in the guidelines that were adopted by the
For the public, you want to explain SB1 a little bit?
Sure. So SB1 was a Senate Bill 1 presented by Beal, or Bell, is what we say. It was a bipartisan bill that then eventually got adopted by legislation to create the road maintenance and rehabilitation account. These are the increases to the gas taxes, as well as with some of the problems they first saw with the zero emission vehicles. We were not gaining any type of revenues, so they included an additional $100 on the registration tax on those vehicles in order to generate more revenues that go to transportation purposes. This is still following under the Streets and Highways codes for the uses of those funds, very similar to your gas tax, also known as HUDA, which is the Highway User Tax Account.
I have a question.
Sure.
I don't know if this is the right time. Do you want me to wait or?
I'm okay with it if everyone else is.
I'm just looking at the item and on the projects, the traffic safety camera detection. Are those just red light cameras?
Mm-mm. Actually, it's new, innovative traffic signal equipment. It's actually being used at Rawhide and State Route 108-49. And what it does is the old method was to create traffic loops in the pavement.
Oh, it's sensors for the signals.
Which are the signals that send to the controllers that then tell you whether it's a red light, green light, and control the traffic.
Okay.
The camera detection is new, innovative technology in which they use a camera detection zone for that same purpose of those traffic loops. So now we are no longer impacting our pavement. So if we do a, pavement maintenance treatment or a chip seal or have to grind out the intersections, we're not impacting those traffic loops, so we can preserve our signal equipment.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the intent was pavement, not red light sensors.
No. So what we're looking at is our future preventative maintenance and pavement treatments so that we won't impact those signals and add additional costs.
It makes it easier to maintain.
And
excellent.
And it also can see motorcycles where the pavement loops.
So it can see. Actually, it's pretty intriguing. It can do traffic counts for us on real live data. So we can actually get information immediately, like what type of vehicles are coming through there, how many pedestrians are coming through there. So it's actually pretty advanced.
It's like Big Brother. You guys will know I'm running late. He's coming. Okay.
Right. So, in front of you today, the CTC has modified their guidelines as of October 18th, and some of the changes from last year is we didn't have to adopt our projects into our budget. We just had to adopt a resolution identifying that we're going to receive the $2.3 million and projects that we have planned. And so these project lists that are listed in that resolution can be modified. The purpose is that they want you to have a plan. So what engineering has done has looked at our pavement management plan. We also look at our needs assessments for the other infrastructure like our culverts, our traffic signals, and other safety improvements, and collectively try and balance that money. We're only getting $2.3 million, and try and do some improvements overall.
Excellent.
And everything, like I said, is spent in accordance to activities codified in the Streets and Highway Code. For the general public's knowledge, we capture every activity that goes on the road through our state controller's office and report every year those activities. Kind of address this a little bit in our state of the roads of how we capture those activities on a high detail level. So giving you an example, typically with general fund, we say we're going to buy pencils. In the road fund, when we say we buy pencils, they want to know, is it mechanical? Is it wood? Is it 0.7 or is it 0.5? Is it HB lead? So there are all these detailed questions that we capture and report in order to show the transparency for the Streets and Highway Code to expend these funds. And I think I kind of briefly touched this with your questions, but these are those new passing of laws, SB1, creating the RMR account. And we adopt our resolution, then we submit this to the CTC, and the process is the CTC adopts or approves our project listing as being qualified projects under those statutes, and then releases to the state controller's office, allowing us to receive those RMR funds. And we receive those monthly just as our head of funds.
Excellent.
So I do have little fact sheet of how can we spend these funds. So there's a lot of questions that have been going on. Excuse me. As to, are they going to take these for other purposes? These are still held. 70% of these funds that we generate from those gas tax revenues go into or are protected through Article 19 of the state constitution. So what those funds can be used on are, for instance, our local match on our bridge projects. They can be used towards salaries for maintenance of our roadways. Any type of infrastructure that still follows the codification in the Streets and Highways Code.
Excellent.
Okay, yes.
Sherry? And then Randy.
So, Ms. Allen, probably one of the, by volume, largest questions that I've been getting is how we get our priority lists. I know we go through a public process for the public's benefit. Could you please highlight what some of that outreach is and when that typically happens? Because I think I had some constituents actually from Supervisor Gray's district who are very concerned about Ferretti Road. And, you know, there are a number of roads I get comments on Shaw's Flat quite often. But for the public's benefit, could you please give a brief overview of when those public comment, you know, when you take input from the public?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So we, too, have been hearing very loudly about Ferretti Road as well as all the other storm damage roads. Those are a separate project which engineering is working on as long as our capital, but they are directly tied to the maintenance of our roadways. Mainly what you're seeing a lot of is culvert problems that have either overcapacity on the existing culverts or damage to them and causing other severe damage. That is not all of them, but a large part of them. The maintenance for these funds is completely different. So we are working on Ferretti Road feverishly, trying to come up with a solution to that, as well as the other $8 million worth of work that's going on, which we'll see just shortly here. So with that, the priority list comes from the pavement management index as well as priority set where we can actually try to stretch those dollars that we get, which are, there's never enough money to do what we really want. We have 610 miles that we need to take care of in our jurisdiction. And the most important road that anybody drives on is the ones that they drive on, right? Our job is to try to balance that and figure out how to stretch those dollars, maintain that pavement for a longer period of time, as you saw before on the last presentation, the last meeting regarding the pavement conditions and how to stretch those dollars, and the priorities that you set as a board for us is to try to take those monies, stretch them out, and then prioritize those roads along those lines for the public as a greater good. So with that, we are working on those storm damages, and I'll let Tanya answer how you get down to a detailed list from there regarding SB1.
So what we did is we broke it up into 5 categories for these use of funds, which was brought for you: culvert replacement program, surface treatment program, and reconstruction program. And so how we pull
Say that
in
again. I'm sorry.
a culvert program,
Yeah.
a surface treatment program or rehabilitation, and then a reconstruction program. So your reconstruction is all of your dilapidated pavement that's a PCI less than 25.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of it, as you saw in the state of the roads, that needs to, on our local roads, be reconstructed.
The reason I'm asking you to dig in a little more, what I was thinking of is about drainage, and we've talked about this. I know you guys know this, but I just want to bring it up and put it on everybody's mind. The most important thing in maintaining our roads is maintaining drainage systems. As soon as drainage systems fail and they fill up with sediment over time, what happens is the level of the water rises and your subgrades of your roads become saturated in the winter months. And when you put weight on those roads, they pump, they move. That's how you get potholes. That's how asphalt cracks, because it doesn't have a strong enough strength underneath it to bridge the weight. And surface maintenance is important, but even more so, drainage maintenance is absolutely critical. So I know we don't rank drainages, I don't believe. Do we? I don't hear about it as much. We always hear pavement index. You know, we look at that, but
So my goal as a supervising engineer is trying to, with this opportunity of funds, be able to develop that culvert program. And so what that is inspection of those culverts, looking at their conditions, being able, we just got a camera, I think a year ago, to be able to actually assess the inside of the culverts, because some of the
expand upon that, not just culverts, but ditches as well.
Yes.
So if you look, say, we might not have a culvert for a quarter of a mile, but all along the road, you have runoff, which needs to be collected and moved. As soon as those ditches on the sides of the roads fill up, like I said, that water table, everything, water wants to run over the pavement. If you have cracks, it's going to penetrate into the pavement. So keeping ditches deep enough and clear makes a huge difference in the long-term price and, liability of the total road maintenance.
There's some other possible solution avenues to look at too. We should be working with TUD up in Groveland. We should be working with GCSD. This is going to take time. It's not something we're going to fix overnight. But we need a good stormwater capture system up here for a lot of reasons. One is when the water starts running uncontrolled, it takes things with it, roads being one of them. Okay. The other thing is when water's running uncontrolled, it's, pardon my friends in the valley, but it's going down the hill and we're losing it. So not only is the water, the lack of a good stormwater capture system damaging our roads and plugging up our culverts and causing some flooding issues everywhere, but it is also, we're losing the opportunity to capture some water and keep it for when we need it later. So water can be our best friend or it can be our worst enemy, and I think we need to look at ways where we can work with, very much like we've done on tree mortality, look at some of our partner agencies in the county and see what we can do, and maybe even cross-county with Calaveras or Mariposa on the south, and see what we can do so that all that water isn't going crazy when we get an atmospheric river.
Exactly. It's a great idea.
Randy?
Supervisor Brennan kind of asked my question. I've been getting a lot of comments about, everybody has, about the storm damage, and I wanted to just make it clear, we're not talking about storm damage. That happens under a different system. We were talking Marsh's Flat this morning, and you know how that is. So I just wanted to clarify that, but they already did that. So,
Do we have any other public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Oh, we got some. You better hustle. That girl. Thank you,
I
Carol.
know it's almost 10:30. Well, I just want to say for the general public, all you have to do is go to our local big box store, which redid their parking lot when, the road's up here, the shop's down here. It totally floods. They get a lake, and their parking lot is falling apart. It looks almost as bad as Snell Street over there. So you don't have to drive very far to see water damage. And I don't know why we didn't, I don't know. I believe in permeable surfaces, and maybe that water could sink instead of turn into a lake and cause a lot of damage.
Go ahead.
If there's no more public comment. Okay. One other thing that I'm interested in, because I think it's naive to think that there's not going to be a ballot initiative, an initiative on the ballot in November concerning SB1. I think we need to be thinking about what the impact of the county is if SB1 gets, and we need to have that stuff early, because that information, the public, to make an informed decision on whether to rescind SB1 or not, I think they need to have the kind of information that tells them what the impact to our county and our way of life is if that thing does get rescinded. I don't like SB1. I think this board was on record as not liking the way they financed it. But we do owe it to the public to let them know what the impact to our future roads program is if that thing goes away.
We're working on that. We'll be happy to share that with you at a later date and time.
Can I get a motion?
Just one more comment. There's two parts to that, Supervisor Rotifer. There's both the rescission of SB1 that is out there, but there's also the dedication of the funds, permanent dedication of the funds to road application, because we've seen what's happened in the past, and whether or not, and it's been basically diverted elsewhere. And so I agree with Supervisor Rotifer. We need to make sure the public understands what it is they'll be asked to vote on. And
They should be doing that for all the existing funds too, so they can't just steal those.
no,
and
I
substitute.
absolutely agree with that.
Absolutely.
And
Which they
look,
will
that's
do.
a lot of that's been spirited away for other things.
I move on county recommendation.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Did you have one more comment?
I just wanted to share with the public, because there is a lot of information online and where to find it. And that would be on the Road Coalition, Saving California Streets. You also have the CTC's website that shows a lot of information in the State Controller's Office regarding all of SB1 and what it will provide, as well as the statutes behind it.
Okay. I'm going to, do you guys want a break or do you want to? All right, we're going to do a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:38. Yep. Go ahead and read it.
10 is consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending section 1.10.320 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding permitting requirements for the personal, non-commercial cannabis cultivation and enforcement of cannabis cultivation violations.
Thank you. Staff report.
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. At your March 6th meeting, your board directed staff to on two items. First, to implement a permit process for personal cannabis cultivation, and to revise the ordinance code related to enforcement of violations of your cannabis cultivation regulations. So I'd like to start off with just a brief presentation to go over what those enforcement provisions are going to look like. And then if you have other questions about the permit process, Doug and David are here as well. So with regard to enforcement, your board's direction on March 6th was to reduce the abatement and appeal periods from 10 days to 5 days, to treat each plant in excess of that allowed by your ordinance as a separate violation, and directed that violations be subject to daily fines if not abated within that 5-day abatement and appeal period. So here are some examples of violations of your cannabis cultivation regulations. Pursuant to your board's overarching code compliance direction to seek compliance rather than punishment, the general code compliance provisions are to treat all violations on one parcel as just one violation and subject to one fine. So that, to put it in visual terms, if a parcel has one violation or 15 violations, only one fine would be imposed. So this is something that is going to change in the ordinance that is before you today. So when we talk about fines, our default code compliance penalty fines, and these are set out in government code statute, is $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation within 1 year, and then $500 for each additional violation within 1 year.
And that's for each plant, right?
We will be getting into that. I'll show you. So here's how ongoing violations would work. And this is, I'm going to talk about the excess plants separately. So all those other violations would be bundled together for fine purposes under the ordinance code. So here's a notice and order that is issued for that bucket of violations, and the penalty for that first at the notice and order stage is $100. Now, rather than have the code compliance officer visit the site every day to confirm that those violations are still there, if those violations are not abated at the end of the 5-day period, the daily penalties for the full 5-day period will apply, and the total assessed would be $1,800. Now, under your code compliance ordinance, violators can petition the code compliance officer to reduce the fines for good cause, and that decision is appealable to your board. Now, if the violations are abated during that 5-day period, then only the first day's penalties would apply. So that would be $100. Looking at extra plants as separate violations, here we have an example where a parcel's allowed 6 plants, but they have 11. So for that first day, there will be a separate penalty assessed for every separate plant. So here we have 5 extra plants, so that first day's penalties would be $500. And then, of course, if there were any other violations, those would be bundled separately, all together. So then that would be another $100. Now, by doing this, the penalties are going to scale up for your larger grows. A parcel with 100 extra plants is going to be subject to an initial penalty of $10,000. So, again, with those larger grows, they will be subject to higher penalties under this proposed ordinance that's before you. So with that, if you have any questions on enforcement, I'm happy to answer that. And then we have Doug and David here for the permit process.
So let's take that $10,000 situation that you called. Well, let's take the one that had 5 extra plants. So on day 1, they get $500. On day 2, if it's not abated by day 5, they're going to get $1,000 on top of that.
More than that. So this would be your day 1.
Yeah.
Day 2, all the same, but at $200.
Yeah, that's $1,000 for day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Day 3 would be 500 times 5 is 2,500. 2,500 for 4, and So all of that would add up if they hadn't. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. These going to be random inspections? How are we going to schedule an inspection? You going to call me up and tell me you're going to inspect, or are you going to?
Are you talking about a violation that is reported? Are you?
Oh, that was another question. Is this how are we doing random inspections, or is this complaint driven?
I'll let Doug answer that, but this is all based on how we come out of this overall assessment on number of inspectors that are left as we go through this budget adjustment. So we are making this a priority, as the board has asked, and we will do so. You've set aside some specialty funds that are going to fund just that, and Doug will be in charge of those inspections, and I'll let him address. We are trying to come up with some creative ways of enhancing our force that I'll happy to share with you in private afterwards.
Doug Oliver, Code Compliance Officer. Essentially, in the enforcement side of this, per your board's direction, this is proactive. We will respond to complaints first. We will also be looking at the technology tools we have to identify egregious violators and make visits. In addition, we are cooperating with the Sheriff's Office, and they have been very helpful in identifying grows that are excessive or egregious. And we have paired with them on investigations, and we will continue to do that this year. Tying this into the permit process is going to be very helpful, because if they are participating in the permit process, that will eliminate a lot of unnecessary trips, if you will. If we get complaints, we can, look at things through our GIS technology, look through our records to see if they have an annual permit on file. If they do, then it's just verifying compliance. We can do so with a phone call and scheduling an appointment for those who are participating in the program. It reduces the hazard. It reduces the amount of work that goes into investigating these. And essentially, if we have good compliance and good participation, it will speed things up for the majority of our enforcement. Now, the larger grows, of course, those are proactive. Those are with sheriff's involvement, and we expect that there will still be a handful of them that we'll be spending a lot of time on this next grow season.
Another question is, one of the concerns everybody has, well, at least I have, and I think a lot of other people have, is inappropriate, illegal pesticides, rodenticides, fertilizers. Are we inspecting for that too?
Essentially, one of the components of our permit process is essentially identifying any violations of any of our health and safety codes, any of our codes regarding hazardous pesticides, illegal wiring, you name it. If there's anything that our inspectors are privy to, and we'll be working with Ag Commission look out for these bad components, we will be inspecting for that, which is why the permit process is there. I want to point out that our cultivation permit process is entirely separate from our building permit process. It will run the same. So when we met your board last time on this matter and we identified that we have a process in place and we have fees in place that would address something like this, we did, and that process will work. However, we had no authority to use that framework on anything except construction permits. This ordinance addresses that by placing specific requirements that these permits will be issued and allow our framework to work. That being said, being separate from building construction, we don't muddy the water when someone comes in and says, I want to get a permit to build a greenhouse. We go back to what we had mentioned before. That greenhouse is an accessory structure. You have to get a permit for that, a building permit for that. And then here is a cultivation permit that's annual with a reduced fee, just to put you on board as saying, I'm growing in this greenhouse on my property. Okay? That becomes an annual fee. They renew that every year. And right now, currently, renewal and in conjunction with construction, that fee is, at this time, $108 to participate in that program. Okay? Now, if they have an existing accessory structure, the fee would be what we call an all other fee. It's a catch-all fee that includes 1 hour of plan review, 1 hour of inspections, which allows us to say, okay, you have an existing accessory structure. We're going to do the background research. We're going to try and identify if you're in sensitive use areas. We're going to try and identify if you're, based on your translucent, transparent nature, you're going to conflict with site setbacks, that sort of thing. And then the inspection covers everything else. We're looking for work without permits. We're looking for they put in the wrong kind of electrical. It's a fire hazard. We're looking for they're using the wrong pesticides. And essentially, the code compliance investigator has a checklist that we've developed where he can check off each item. You're in compliance, and where he hits an area where we've left a map, he gives you a recommendation. Make this change, and call me back out. And when he signs on the dotted line at the end of that, he's certifying that at that time, you are compliant as a legal grow. Okay, so that's essentially the framework of how we're doing this.
Okay, I also have one more question. That is, you'll be checking setbacks, right?
Yes.
I mean, all the rules, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, my question that I couldn't answer for a constituent was the 1,000-foot setback from sensitive areas. One of those is the national forest, and I missed that before. Why is that there? Is that?
I'll let Carlin answer that.
That was based on prior board direction to include that as one of the sensitive uses.
Okay. Realize that.
Other questions? Can we go to public comment?
I was just going to, never mind. I'll hold mine until public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I would like to open up the discussion to public comment.
Good morning. Good morning, all. My name is Matt Peller, and I just want to make sure that the board is aware of two things that I read about on the internet. One is the Chinese gang that was just busted in Calaveras County. And the way I understand this works is they get an exchange student from China, and he or she buys a house. I guess they give them the down payment. They take a mortgage. Then they leave the country, and then the house is used by houses are used by the Chinese syndicate to grow marijuana plants. And I guess they use remote houses, and I think there were 5 houses involved in the bust in Calaveras County. So just wanted to make sure that you know about that going on. And then the second thing is the gray market that's operating in Los Angeles County, where I understand that a lot of the permits have been issued, and the income from the permits is much reduced because there's an internet gray market. And basically the way that works is you sign into this blog site or website, whatever it happens to be, and you find out where the illegal marijuana is being sold, and you go and you buy your pot there, rather than using the licensed shops, and they're cheaper because they're not paying the fees and taxes.
Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Adam Fries. I'm the unit forester for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE. The Department of Forestry and Fire Protection has jurisdiction over timber operations on private property. To meet the definition of timberland, it's independent of zoning. If there's commercial tree species growing on the property, it meets the definition of timberland, and Public Resources Code applies. So if someone has a lot in Twainhart, is growing ponderosa pine, there are rules that CAL FIRE is responsible for enforcing that come into play. As people construct greenhouses in these areas for their cannabis cultivation, it's very important that CAL FIRE works with the county to ensure they get this information up front as part of the permit process. We're talking about enforcement. I believe one of the most effective means of enforcement is prevention. I've been dealing with this in Calaveras County over the past several years, and we're way behind the curve. Probably 2/3 of the enforcement cases I provided were on registered grows where people had gone to the county, got all the permits, and the information was not relayed to from the county that our permits were required, even though CAL FIRE provided the county with that information. Almost to a person, dealing with these situations, the people told me that if I would have known, if the county would have let me know, I would have complied. And so I'm just urging the board as you and the county as we move forward, if we can have it as part of the permit process, if the local CAL FIRE unit can provide information on tree removal regulations to ensure compliance. There's a couple reasons these rules are important. One is because we do have a large timber industry in our county where we do have people who are professional and following all the rules, and it's important that it's not selective enforcement just on people who are going by the rules. These rules also protect neighbors as if trees are removed and all the rules are followed. Slash treatment is a big part of that process. And if that slash isn't treated, it's a fire hazard to surrounding neighbors and also a brood material for pests.
Do we have a handout or something that can be included as part of the permit that would include a summary of what the responsibilities for a property owner are to comply with CAL FIRE's rules?
We can easily incorporate that into our process.
Just a little one-pager or something.
And I've updated, we have an outdated one, I believe, that the county has, but I'll be happy to provide an updated sheet if we can make that part of the application process.
Yep.
Actually, Doug, I had that under one of my comments was on prevention. I would ask the same thing of the ag commissioner so we know what kind of pesticides and herbicides people can use, just something that's, again, prevention, just handed out.
And you know who to talk to in case situations arise. You guys
absolutely
can team up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Appreciate it.
Just walked in. All right, my name is John Kramer. I'm one of the residents up here. And the questions that I had, and I'm interested, and I'm sure other people are too, about possibly growing not marijuana, but fiber, industrial, I want to say cannabis, but industrial hemp fiber, yeah. And I talked to somebody, your code compliance officer, about this, but I wanted to know what the direction was and how we could grow something like this, since I was looking at some guidelines on the net. I believe they're state, and you can't have more than 0.3% THC. Otherwise, you got to burn your crop, basically. So it's strictly for fiber and medicinal purposes, which you can do with seeds and so forth. So I'm wondering where the county is at this point on that, and where they're going, so we can tease the two apart, so you don't get them mixed up. Legally speaking,
I don't think it's differentiated yet. I think it's something to think about as we move forward with commercial ordinances. I think that's a facet of that will have to be addressed. And I can see the benefits of it, but I'm sure there's a lot of questions that have to be answered first and adopted in some kind of a official way as an ordinance.
well,
So
is there any hearings or anything that's coming up that could
there will be
discussed?
So commercial marijuana has basically been put on hold until the tax measure for the taxing authority for this board is put before the voters. So you're probably a year out.
Too far ahead of my time, ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Because over, 85% of it is imported from China, and it's funny that you can buy stuff all over the place legally, but you just can't grow in the ground.
It will be something that comes to this board. You're going to have to be patient. At this time, this agenda item and ordinance is just based on the enforcement of the personal part of the ordinance.
I've talked to the DEA. I even phone called back to their headquarters in Washington, D.C., and basically what she was telling me is that if you partner up with a higher, something that's licensed through the state, like maybe Davis or someplace like that, then the feds or the local authorities can't touch it because you're not violating any laws. And so, but I was just wondering if there's a streamlined way or some, but like you said, it's going to be about a year out, and there's nothing planned.
I'm gonna cut you off. We're way off the agenda. We can talk maybe offline afterwards, and
Okay.
maybe we
All
can
right. I just wanted to
dig into a
find
little more.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Dave Titchenell. I just have one question, and if you could ask these people to answer it, I'd really appreciate it. How much did they look at the Constitution of the United States before putting this up on the board up here? Namely, we're talking the Fourth Amendment of illegal search and seizure, especially having to do with going into somebody's house and measuring how far from the roof their plants are. And secondly, the Eighth Amendment, which has to do with excessive fines and fees. So I'd just like to know, are you taking the Constitution into account on this? And that's my question.
Carlin?
Yes. No, in terms of entering into someone's home, we would either receive consent from a person in that home, or we would obtain an inspection warrant from the court. So that's how we would deal with the Fourth Amendment. And yes, we've
So we
evaluated the fine.
uphold our sworn oaths to defend and protect the Constitution.
That is correct, sir.
And we're getting advice from professional attorneys counseling us to make sure we do that.
That is correct.
The girls are on it. Thank you. The ladies, young ladies. All right, Dave. Girls, gals, ladies.
I may not have heard it correctly because one of the disadvantages of getting old is not being able to hear good anymore. But I thought I heard that there was a fee for adding a grow building on, or actually bringing the grow building like a greenhouse into the.
Building permits are separate.
It would be, yeah, the building permit would be separate, but there'd be $100 fee or something like that to
An
add
annual
it
permit.
to the.
It's an annual permit.
Yeah.
It'd be part of the permit fee, right? You just incorporate it if they're going to.
Be an annual permit to regulate the grow and the use.
Are we calling it a permit or a license? Did we ever figure out? A permit?
Permit.
Okay.
So that $100 is for the permit to grow in that building?
It's for the personal grow
It's
for
an
1 year.
inspection process, and it's an annual permit to make sure you're in compliance with the laws and regulations the board has passed for
Okay.
outside grows. And
Yeah,
an
so
accessory.
that's where I have to I disagree with the gentleman that just spoke as far as fees. I think that's way too low. I'm putting a garage in, I'm going to be paying $600 for the permit fee, $100 for a whole growth of marijuana and a regulation and making sure the building complies seems awful low to me, especially since these guys are going to have to put in the time to do that. So I would just object to the lowness of that fee.
Oh, thank you. Noted. Just for the public's benefit, anytime we adopt a fee, it has to be justified with a fee study to show that the actual costs of providing the service are compensated, but you can't charge more than what those costs are. So that's calculated based on what staff estimates time will be required.
Can staff clarify, because I think there's a little misunderstanding here, because I understand that there's two fees. One fee is to build the structure, the other is an annual fee to
They're separate.
do the personal grow.
Yes, essentially, the way this works is if they're going to get a permit for an accessory structure already, we wouldn't treat that any different as any other structure. We're still going to perform all the safety inspections there. The annual permit fee that would ride along on that would be a separate identification number, a separate permit for one stop from the code compliance investigator at the end of construction to make sure that the cultivation in that structure is legal. So that's your one shot. Now, when it comes to an accessory structure that's already built, we're going to have to spend a lot more time on that cultivation permit to verify compliance that was already done in routing the site plan on a new structure. So that's why that catch-all fee, that ends up being $352, because that's a full review and inspection of the entire situation, not just a stop in on the cultivation aspect.
Mm-hmm. And fees are not adopted for perpetuity. They will be addressed in the future, and they will be adjusted based on what we actually find the cost is above or below the cost that we're charging.
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
I'm curious what the rationale was for including public lands as sensitive use within the 1,000-foot sensitive use area.
David, can you address that?
That was during all the discussions, if you guys can put your thinking cap back to the best I can find is October of last year about protections of the federal lands regarding drainages and waterways and other uses around federal lands. And that was a board direction to include that as sensitive uses.
That's not part of this agenda item, though, right? No. But it is an issue. Thanks, Mike. Any other public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Can I get a motion then?
Yeah. I'll move on staff recommendation, but I also want to make the comment. I do think we need to have a discussion at some time on that national forest land setback issue. I don't know. I can't answer in my own head why we did that, and if we don't have a good reason for an ordinance or an aspect of an ordinance, then we need to I think we need to reconsider and rework it. I don't know what the right answer is. It's not the agenda item, but so my current motion is
staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
I'll second that, and I, by the way, agree with you. I don't remember having that hard discussion.
Very good. So I got a motion and a second, and staff direction. Is there any other comments from the board? If not, I'll call for the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Okay. At this time, would the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment? Thank you, staff.
This is a presentation on the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
You want me to pick it up? I'll just make a note for everybody. Carl's giving me shit. So pick it up. Can somebody unplug Randy's mic? That helps. Let's do reports while they're getting this figured out. Oh, you got it? Never mind. Get to it.
So, good morning, members of the board. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. As you are aware, we recently completed our first year of operation last week. We're here today to share with your board and the public the progress of the facility and to answer any questions that you might have. We're going to use the same format that we did in our last presentation. I'll go over some of the statistics and data, much of which you probably have already seen in the recent Union Democrat article that came out last week. Then I'm going to turn it over to my co-presenters who are going to dig a little bit deeper into those numbers and kind of share the real stories, what's behind those numbers. So following me will be Kathy Parker, Associate Superintendent with the County Schools Office. She'll give an education update. Next will be Annie Hockett. She's our behavioral health clinician, who will talk a little bit about our screening and assessment process and what that is telling us. Next, and finally, I guess, will be our superintendent of the facility, Mike Arndt. He's our closer, and just like last time. He'll be talking about the type of youth we're treating and hopefully share a little bit about the youth's perspective of the facility. Also present, I did see our religious coordinator, T.Y. Atkins. He'll probably get up during the public comment portion and share a little bit about that program. I will share that program is very popular. It's one that our youth do not like to miss. I also saw at least one juvenile justice commissioner, two? Two. So I don't know. They may or may not come up and speak during the public comment portion. So before I get started, I would like to take your board back to your last board meeting where you recognized Child Abuse Prevention Month, Public Health Week, Victims of Crime Weeks, and the Recreation Department's annual poetry and poster contest. What I noticed during that morning, what kept kind of surfacing, is a common theme, and that theme was this county's commitment to our communities and the recognition that healthy families equal safe communities. So I just want to say that the juvenile facility is very much a part of that commitment. Our youth and their families are receiving services that they have never before been able to. Those services strengthen and they restore our families. The facility also serves in the protection of the community and allows the youth to receive treatment in a very safe, structured, and non-judgmental environment. So as we share the work that's going on in the facility, I want to maintain that same theme. Healthy families equal safe communities. So we'll go ahead and get started. So the first slide is our trends. This information, I believe, was shared in the Union Democrat article. Mike will talk a little bit more and in depth when he does his presentation, just about what type of offenses we're seeing that's bringing the youth to the facility. As you can see, we're off to a pretty hefty start. January and March, we've had 46 reports already received. This is the booking statistics. This was also included. We have had a total of 66 bookings within the facility. Of those bookings, 51 were from Tuolumne County youth, 6 were Calaveras, 3 Amador, 3 Mariposa. You'll also see that we had 3 courtesy holds from San Joaquin County, Stanislaus, and Santa Barbara. Courtesy holds are when a youth is in our county and they have a warrant out for their arrest and they are picked up on that warrant. They are brought to our facility. We hold them until the county of jurisdiction can arrange for transporting that youth back to their county. We have signed memorandums of understandings or contracts for housing of youth with Amador, Calaveras, Mariposa, and Inyo counties. We continue to build those strong relationships and are incorporating some of those programming or special treatment that those counties want to see their youth receive, which could be visitation. Housing statistics. I'll just let you take a look at that. I have up there January, February, March. Those are the first 3 months of this year. We're averaged 8, 9, and 13. If you look down to the middle of that box, our lowest youth population was 2. I think that was our first month of operation. Our highest youth population was 11. I believe that was probably November, December. And then I did the yearly 2015, 2016, 2017. Those are calendar years. Down below, you'll see the stats for the actual year of operation, April 10th through March 31st. We have the shortest length of stay is 1 day. The longest is 228 days. Our youngest youth was 13, our oldest 18, with an average age of a little over 16 years of age. There have been 57 males and 9 females. So I'm just going to share a little bit of the activities. There's a lot of activities going on in the facility. I'm sure that Mike and Annie and even Kathy will probably add to this list. Again, the family visitation for us is huge. That's something that our families have not been able to enjoy in the past. We've had 314 family visitation events. That actually equates to probably between 800 and 1,000 people visiting our youth, because each visit could have 2 to 3 participants. The other thing that we've shared is we're a little bit different than other facilities. We do not just strictly limit our visitation to the parents. We will listen to the youth. If they identify a positive adult person in their lives, we will, assess them and see if they're appropriate for visitation. So we do have aunts, uncles, cousins, teachers, mentors, neighbors that are allowed to visit. I will share I was recently had the opportunity to co-supervise a visit with Annie. We had a youth that had not seen her siblings in a little over 2 years. So she was a lot of emotion, apprehension, just some fear. So Annie worked with the youth. We spent some time kind of problem solving, talking about what it was that she was concerned about. She, questions like, what if they don't like me? What if I don't know what to do? What if, they don't want to talk to me? So we problem solved. The youth identified, okay, I'll bring a volleyball. I'll do some card games, board games. And I think Annie's actually supplied some art supplies for them. So with a big, deep breath, we entered the visitation area, and I would say, and Annie, you can correct me, probably within 5 minutes, you would never have guessed that these youth have not seen each other in over 2 years. So made my day, made my week, made my month. Totally honored to have supported that youth during that reconnection with her family. So again, the connection and relationship building that's going on is phenomenal. If you're not aware, our housewarming gift from the sheriff's office was a chicken coop. So we partnered with 4-H, and they actually came in, taught the kids what it meant to have chickens and how to care for them. We also did a project where the kids, I think in the classroom, they were incubating and hatching baby chicks. It's my understanding from the superintendent that he now has a whole family of chicks that he needs to figure out what to do.
7 need to be rehoused.
So see him if you would like some chickens. Our Juvenile Justice Commission is completing their first inspection and report. I will say Judge Segerstrom did a fantastic job in selecting these commissioners. They come with a wide diversity, different experience, different backgrounds. Mike and I are able to spend probably about the first 15 minutes with them each month prior to them meeting, where we can share any updates that are happening. They can ask us any questions. Again, I want to thank that group. They're a very dedicated group of community members that truly care for the well-being of our youth. They have great questions. They have great suggestions, great recommendations, and we are totally fortunate to have that group working with and for our youth. If you look in the right-hand corner, if you recognize the gentleman in the white shirt, that is your sheriff, Sheriff Mealy. We're fortunate at the end of March that the sheriff and undersheriff included the Gold Ridge Educational Center in their Lunch with a Cop tour. So they actually came out, spent some time, had lunch, spent a little bit of social time. Sheriff Mealy is actually demonstrating some exercises that can be done with the medicine balls that we have there at the facility. He also, I think, did the fitness rope with them. So I am happy to report that this county has a very fit sheriff. So that is, one other activity that's not on that list that I just wanted to mention is we have a partnership with CNVC, the Center for Nonviolence Community. They come into the facility weekly, and they are facilitating a life skills self-leadership group. So we appreciate that partnership as well. And again, multiple activities going on in the facility, lots of community partners out there, and just really thank them for the time and resources that they're devoting to our youth. So I will go ahead and pass this on to Kathy Parker.
So thank you for allowing me to come back and present. We have now been open for 1 year, and since April 2017 up until last Friday, we have enrolled 71 students in 52 unique enrollments. We've had days present in school since we are a year-round school. There is no day off except for a break here and there, but we go through the summer. We've had 1,226 days present with an attendance rate of 98%. Some of our students have to miss school for court dates, and that's the primary reason why they miss school. Not a lot of issues in regard of sickness. We have a very great partnership with the JCO staff, and they work with students to make sure that they're able to come to school on time, and we've had no disciplinary referrals, which is extraordinary in a juvenile detention facility. Our budget, I thought you would be interested in knowing our budget contribution to the program. We operate on, I did a lot of rounding here, $175,000 to operate a year-round program. Within that budget, that includes our year-round teaching staff. It includes an instructional aide that provides additional support for students who are struggling in reading and math. It includes supplies and materials. It also includes a budget for the administrative oversight that includes a director of student support services and the administrative assistant, which you would know probably as a school secretary, because there's a lot of work in that area as well. $100,000 is provided through our general fund. That's also provided a match from the state in terms of average daily attendance that we gather from students who are attending, and the remainder of the $75,000 is through specialized grants that we've applied for that support the work that we're doing in the facility. And that's a pretty lean budget to serve 71 students, or 71 enrollments with just over 50 students. Our high school completers, we've talked about this in our last presentation, the importance of finishing high school and what the cost is to the community when someone does not finish a high school experience, either leading to a diploma or a GED. We have to keep in mind that our average length of stay is 3 weeks, and there's some stuff we can do to help people finish in 3 weeks, but it's mostly focusing on that transition plan for when they go back to their district of residence on how we can help them complete. But within our own facility, we've done a few things to ensure that kids can actually complete high school and move on to the next step. One is that we received WASC accreditation in January 2018. So WASC is the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. It's a very rigorous review process. They came in and reviewed not only our report, but visited all our sites. They came and they visited the program and talked to some of the students. And after the visit, they approved us for 3 years, starting in 17-18, so it backdates to July, goes to 18-19 and 19-20. And what that does is it provides students the ability to access financial aid, federal financial aid. They have transferable credits if they go back to a different high school. And also it provides access to other sorts of aid that comes along with coming from a WASC accredited school. In addition, I know that some agencies, when they're looking at employment opportunities or they're looking for going into work for their agency, they also look at what type of high school they came from. High schools who have WASC accreditation have their transcripts stamped with a WASC accreditation. So those who know what that means, they're looking for that, and that can sometimes be troublesome. So our kids graduate when they do from a school that has that accreditation. We've provided 3 high school diplomas from our program, which has a very rigorous course of curriculum. It also has the same level of requirement of most traditional high schools, which is 220 credits. We have 2 facilitated high school completions within 1 semester of returning to school. So these are students that were really close to graduating. We worked with their returning district to make sure that they were able to complete high school within that return within 1 semester. And then we had our first GED completer in March. This student was most likely, we had been trying to find him through our SARB process for about a year. He would resurface and then disappear and then resurface. And every time he resurfaced, we'd move him a little closer. And with where he was in his life experience, we decided with him and his guardians that perhaps a GED would be a better option for him. And the day he released, we drove him over to the test center, and he took his test, and he passed. So that now opened some doors for that student that if we had delayed, we could have possibly lost that opportunity again. And on this slide, I do want to pause for a moment because I wanted to share some. So these kids who graduated, I've known them since middle school. And I work for a county school, which means that if you're enrolled in my programs in the county school program, in the alternative ed program, that means you're probably expelled, right? So these kids I've known since middle school. They've been part of my life for a very long time. Multiple expulsions, multiple suspensions, dropping out. We would find them, bring them back. And when they came to the juvenile detention facility, I know they were scared, but they saw some familiar faces. And they knew that we were going to help them in any way possible. One of them took opportunity when it was presented, looked at where he was in his college and his high school credits and decided, kind of made a deal with us, said, if you get me some information on this one pathway I want to pursue, I'll go ahead and finish my high school diploma if I can get into this program. So we worked with Columbia College, brought in the CTE pathway person that he was interested in pursuing, and that motivated that student to not just finish his high school diploma when he returned to his high school 1 semester early, but also finished his CTE pathway that he was required to finish at the high school. And now he's working full-time and prepared to enter into the full CTE pathway, which you guys might know is vocational ed, starting in the fall at Columbia College. This student was not on that path prior to coming to the juvenile detention facility. My other student I've known since middle school, suspensions, expulsions, the same thing. When that student came to us, we worked with her and realized this student had not received an individualized education plan. And this was so evident that it was needed. And oftentimes what happens is these students move schools so often that what happens is they'll be in the middle of an assessment or some kind of test or working with a team to get those specialized services, then they leave. And then they show up again in another school and the whole thing starts over. So by the time they reach high school, by the time they reach this critical point where they're almost done, people who can provide services haven't been put in place. So we were able to work with that student, get that student the specialized services they need, and finish that high school diploma. But then in addition, enroll them in a college-level online class, very rigorous, a traditional high school, college class that anybody would take. And that student finished and has earned now the first time, I think, in their family history, college credits. And is now, once that person is released, is wanting to go on to the college system and pursue that CTE pathway as well. So that goes on to the learning opportunities, which is that we provide access to all students. Mostly, this slide talks mostly about our high school students. They get to enroll in any high school, in any community college course that's offered online throughout the state of California. It's through a system called CCC Apply. And through that, we're able to offer dual enrollment. They get college credit and they get high school credit. And they also can earn certifications in vocational fields. We use project-based learning. We've had people who have come in from the community and worked with our teacher. One of the projects they worked on was called Tiny Houses, so building sustainable tiny houses. They've worked on robotics. They do cooking. And within that cooking class, 8 of them have already earned ServSafe certifications, which is something that they can take after they're released and get a job with. It helps. They've focused on credit recovery in the high school because most of our kids come credit deficit by at least 1 semester or more. And so we work a lot on credit recovery. So we do have some students that when they finish high school or we've moved them on and they're ready, we move them into post-secondary. What happens after high school? How can I help you get a job? These students, again, are eligible to apply to the CCC Apply system, and we really work on enrolling them in CTE courses, those vocational programs. We work with Columbia College support programs to align our services with their services. They have a lot of wraparound services for those kids when they go on to the Columbia College system. And we do not allow the excuse of, I've already earned my high school diploma, to be an excuse from school. All of those students need to attend school because they need to learn skills, either resume writing, Excel, Word, something that will help them become employable. And that's why we offer things like our ServSafe certification. And we're bringing on a new system called ICEV, which is an online platform. And so certifications will be able to be earned in the fields that are listed up there: ag science, career exploration, family and consumer science, health science, and law and public safety. So as I mentioned, some of our successful students have gone on. They've taken those community college. They've actually started and finished a nutrition college class. We've had Fire Science Academy transition. And finally, what I had alluded to before, the IEP and 504 support. I always knew that kids who moved in and out of the juvenile detention facilities, they had underserved IEPs and 504s, which are accommodations that are made for students who have disabilities, either learning disabilities or other kind of things that prevent them from accessing educational options. I was not aware it was so egregious, for lack of a better word. It was shocking to me that kids had not been identified sometimes in as late as 11th grade, so obviously needing support. Working with our local agencies, our local high schools, our local middle schools, we're able to provide that really smooth transition that if they're in the middle of an assessment, the high school will call me and we'll work together so that they can continue whatever they need to do so that we can make sure that that kid is going to access all of the services needed. We work really well with our partners in Calaveras, Amador, and Mariposa for the same reason. We are great conference call collaborators. And that's something that I think kind of rose to the top as one of the most successful things that we've done, is provide all of these transition services for kids that just weren't in place prior to the opening of this facility. It's an honor for Tuolumne County Schools to be able to serve these youth. It is definitely a good example of showing the commitment our county has to our most at-risk population. And it truly is something we are committed to multiple years out. Thank you.
All right. I love our team is so big. I'm kind of spilling off the table. So I'm going to get cozy with you, Kathy. So good morning. As mentioned, my name is Annie Hockett, and I'm the on-site behavioral health clinician at the facility. What I attempted to do today was try to capture some of kind of the programming highlights at the facility. That's certainly not going to capture everything that we do. So if you guys have questions, feel free to stop me, or I'm available afterwards as well. So when I first stepped into this role, I quickly learned that from a historical perspective, providing high-quality mental health services in a correctional setting can be difficult. You know, the field of corrections tends to be very restrictive, lots of emphasis on rules, accountability, control, issues of safety. Mental health, on the other hand, is a little bit more fluid, a little bit more wiggle room, I would say. And so I certainly have talked to clinicians over my year in this role and have heard them really kind of struggle to kind of meld those two systems together. I feel very lucky that I have not struggled in that task, because our program really emphasizes that of treatment. And so as a clinician, it gives me I get a lot of administrative support and just, I guess support is the best word I can think of, to really be able to focus particularly on the youth, implement programs that I think are going to be beneficial, and I don't have to really worry about kind of balancing on the middle of that teeter-totter. And so I think it's really been just an incredible year of experience to have that freedom to really, again, support the youth that we serve. So I did want to provide you guys with a little bit of an overview of the kind of challenges that we may see at time of intake. So this is a point-in-time screening that we will have the youth complete when they are originally booked at the facility. It's a self-reported item, and it goes over the following categories. And I will say that while it does provide us with some insight into some of the challenges that our youth present with, there's a scoring issue that you need to be aware of. For instance, the anger and irritability, that's a 10-point scale, whereas thought disturbance and suicide is only a 5-point scale. So I did still want to share this information with you because I do think it gives a good sense of, again, when the youth initially arrive, what sort of challenges they're reporting. But there's a lot more to it than that. So as a behavioral health clinician, I certainly spend a fair amount of time working with youth that are at risk of suicide or reporting kind of ongoing challenges with this issue. So I did want to certainly provide you guys some data with that. This slide takes that previous pie that you saw on the last slide, specifically about suicidal ideation, and it breaks it down for you. And so you can see the specific questions that are asked at the time of intake are there on the left. And so for youth who identify any of those risk factors, you'll see kind of represented in the second pie over there. Depending on how many risk factors they endorse, we do implement a subsequent screening, which is far more in depth. And so you can see that approximately 34% of the youth that identify any, even one element of suicidal ideation receives that further suicide risk assessment. And I'll point out that data doesn't encompass the kind of the ongoing work that is required when working with a youth that is struggling in that issue. You may remember from last time I talked about kind of the impact of trauma. I bring it to you again because it's continuing to be something that we see not only locally but statewide, nationwide. We know that there's a clear link between what we call kind of in the research as adverse childhood experiences and risk factors for our youth. So you can see on the right there, that's a piece of data that was fairly recently published. It comes out of the state of Florida. They looked at all youth incarcerated in that system over a 5-year period. They obviously found that compared to the general population, there was much higher reported trauma exposure. And you can see specifically for the juvenile population what those categories kind of represent. I will tell you that with any self-report, we have to look at it cautiously. I know that I will be working with the youth, and they maybe initially identify 2 or 3 traumatic experiences. As we start talking, as we get to know one another, that number tends to rise. That could be due to the youth ultimately feeling comfortable in that relationship. And what I've also noticed is that the youth tend to underreport some of these because it can be so normal for them. So some of these experiences were just kind of how their families lived. And so they don't necessarily connect it as a trauma until some of that deeper work happens. And just quickly, I keep bringing this to the board's attention, certainly to all staff's attention. We talk about it a lot with our school partners because we know that trauma has really kind of lasting impacts. It can change the brain structure. It can cause these kids to really struggle in the area of self-regulation. And so I work really, really hard to make sure that everybody that's encountering our youth are aware of this, works really hard to help them learn the skills to cope and to regulate themselves, and to certainly not engage in any activity that's going to be re-traumatizing for them. So it's really just personally important to me. So this image is essentially how I conceptualize the treatment and the progress that we have at the facility. So, when youth originally arrive, sometimes kind of those basic needs have not been being met for a while. I hear, I haven't eaten in 3 days. I haven't slept in a week. Or I've been using. I don't know when the last time I slept. So we tend to get youth that are in kind of really challenging conditions. And so you'll see maybe them sleep for a couple days to just kind of recoup and get kind of back to normal functioning. That's really that first piece of treatment, in my opinion. And we do see stabilization quite quickly. Next, we have to allow the youth to feel safe, and that's a kind of a generic word, but it's so powerful. Again, with the trauma exposure, these kids learn that the world isn't safe at times, that we do need to be hypervigilant. We need to kind of watch out for one another. And so we work really hard as a staff to help children kind of get to that sense of safety, to feel a sense of physical and emotional safety. And that is just really critical to our ability to be effective. Once we have those other 2 in place, we can kind of get to the relationship building piece. And that certainly is not just me, that is with all staff. We really are lucky that all staff are dedicated to serving this population and works really hard to build authentic relationships. And these relationships are sometimes the first healthy examples that these kids have seen. And so we take that piece very, very, it's very important to us. So then we finally get to treatment, right? So I kind of think of this as kind of the what, whereas maybe some of those other steps were kind of the how. How do we get there? And, this can sometimes be difficult depending on how long we have the youth to work with. That treatment might vary in terms of what specific interventions we're going to use. And then ultimately with any treatment, we're looking for that kind of behavior change, that risk reduction. And so I kind of just came up with this slide as how I conceptualize that continuum. And this is another slide I created. So last time when I spoke to you guys, I talked specifically about the curriculum we were using, the really specific interventions. And for this time, I really wanted to step back from that. I can certainly speak to that if you guys are interested. But what I wanted to provide was more of a holistic view of kind of what we do. And so that's represented here. So I'll just quickly go around the bubbles. I know I could have filled this whole page with bubbles, but I tried to create the ones that really rose to the surface right away for me. So behavior modeling. These kids are watching everything, right? Again, going back to that ability to or the need, I should say, to be hypervigilant. They are paying attention to everything. And so staff, all levels of staff, have a huge ability to intervene. They're watching how we communicate with one another. They're watching how we resolve conflicts. Do we say please and thank you to one another? Do we hold the door for one another? These are all things that we can do as staff that give these kids an example of how to kind of model that healthy behavior. Character development is next. We do see youth sometimes at their lowest of low, and it can be really hard for them to identify their strengths. And so we as a staff work really, really hard to identify any strength that these kids have, and they all have strengths. Some may argue with you, but they all have strengths. And so we praise the heck out of that. And you can see a shift. You can see them go, yeah, I actually am pretty good at that, or yeah, I can kind of see myself doing that in the future. And so that's just a cool transition to witness. Moral development. Here, what I feel we do is really work to kind of challenge thinking patterns and try to develop and encourage them to think more morally, more responsibly. And this can be difficult because maybe they've practiced negative thinking patterns for the first 15 years of their life. And so we spend a lot of time on this category, I would say, through conversation, through interaction. We do a lot of safety planning. Unfortunately, some of the youth are going to return to situations that aren't the most conducive to health and wellness. So we work with that. We work on trying to come up with healthy choices if they are in situations that's going to challenge that. We talk about harm reduction. If you do decide to engage in that behavior, how can we make it safer for you? And so that certainly is something that we have a lot of conversation about. I think we've, kind of hit this home. The family relationship piece is huge. It's probably the biggest struggle we have, though, honestly, because, we have the youth. We can work with them every day. Getting the families to engage in maybe that deeper treatment can sometimes be challenging. So we certainly do everything in our power to get the families there and visiting, and we will provide some family services and family treatment if the family is interested and willing to participate in that level of service. We also work hard to identify alternative family members, so to just really be able to strengthen that support system. So do you have any other aunts and uncles that maybe you haven't talked to in a while? Where do they live? Do you think they might be part of your kind of transition plan, safety plan, whatever we're working on? And it's amazing. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that person. I haven't seen him in a few years. So we've been able to kind of rebuild some of those connections. Skill building, probably the heart of what we do. Our curriculum is heavy in specific skill building. And I really look at this as sometimes the skills or the coping skills that they have acquired over the years is really what gets them into trouble, right? So they're overwhelmed, and maybe instead of using a healthy coping skill, they use a substance. And so we really hit this hard. We hit it over and over. What are some other ways that you can cope when life kind of throws some curveballs at you? How do you deal with the deck or the hand that you were dealt? And then lastly, when all of those align, we do see just that sense of hope, that light kind of spark inside of them. And really, that is the ultimate goal, to build that kind of resiliency and that hope in these youth.
Thank you, Annie. My name is Mike Arndt, facility superintendent. I didn't realize my slide looked so bad compared to everybody else's until right about now. No diagrams, but I'll try to keep it quick for you guys. Basically, what are we treating here? What are we treating? When I say what are we treating, what kind of adjudications are we seeing? What kind of law offenses are these kids committing? I can tell you, felony assault, battery of serious bodily injury, felony threats against school campuses, battery against peace officers, disorderly conduct, sexual battery, possession of narcotics, theft, arson, vandalism, receiving stolen property, robbery, resisting arrest, possession of a weapon on school grounds. People always ask me, they say, well, why, Mike? Why are they doing this? I say, well, it's pretty simple. If you've worked in this industry long enough, they come from fragmented and traumatic backgrounds. They have a history of early substance abuse. credit deficient, they have a history of suspension and school expulsion, history of being in foster care, anger, impulse control deficits. They're obviously increased risk for suicidal ideation or past suicide attempts. They're self-harming, and they have a disregard for community norms. They tend to victimize others because that's what they've been shown in their lives. So left untreated, what happens? Left untreated, what happens? It's a complete detriment to the community, left untreated. You have poor outcomes. You have poor outcomes for the youth, and you have poor outcomes for the community. You have homelessness, crime, unemployment, illicit substance dependence, and essentially a dependence upon others to get your own needs met. This comes through either victimizing others as adults and or over-reliance upon governmental services. So you see a lack of self-sufficiency in these youth. They'll have a lack of self-sufficiency as adults if we don't treat these now. That's a detriment to the community because they will victimize others and lack the abilities to take care of themselves. So I guess one question that people have had for me is, what do the kids think about being treated locally? So I asked them. They said they feel more respected. They feel like they're being treated fairly. They love seeing their families twice weekly. They love the group work and the therapy. They love the education and credit recovery. One of the biggest components that they've enjoyed the most is the church services and the mentoring services, the volunteers that have come from throughout Tuolumne County to wrap services around these youth. They love working with Annie. One youth even quoted, this was a good quote, God's honest truth, he said, "It's good for me to know there's local discipline." I thought that was fairly insightful for him, given that he was in juvenile hall. But he knows that there's people out there that will hold them accountable, and then there's people that care enough about them here to help them become self-sufficient, contributing pro-social members of this community. They love the chicken program. We're raising chickens. I didn't know anything about chickens until I moved to Tuolumne County and started raising chickens at this program, but they love that. And we have a volunteer librarians who come in, and we're putting together a pretty cool library. They love having access to a library. I asked the kids, what have you learned? They said, we've learned tools to stay sober. We've learned anger reducers, social skills, meditation skills, how to deal with addiction, coping skills, patience, and how to think more positively about the future. So I can't really say enough in regards to my opinion of working with traumatized youth for the last 12 years or so, or abused, neglected kids who eventually will commit crimes. What they will turn into as adults, left untreated, is scary for a community. I believe that we're making a big difference here. I honestly do. I believe that the efforts that the board and the direction from the board and the CAO's office and Linda in seeing the benefits for our community and treating these kids, not only because it's in the best interest of the community, but also in the best interest of the child. I think that it's going to pay big dividends as the years go on. So thank you very much. God bless.
Yeah, by the way, thank you for the presentation. Being reminded of the reality of what you deal with is sobering. I'm concerned about a couple of things, and I assume they graduate from the juvenile detention facility at 18, whether they like it or not. Is that exactly true?
If you're a ward of the court, you want this? You can actually be in custody until your 19th birthday. So we have youth.
Okay, but you pick 19. I don't
19,
care.
yeah.
Okay. Do we transition these kids to something that will continue to help them? Because I don't know that they magically get out of the terrible rut. Rut isn't the right term. The terrible conditions in the situation. Do we have programs? Are we doing that?
Yeah, so when they leave the juvenile detention facility, they're still on juvenile probation. And so there's a transition team that meets weekly to set up services to be integrated into the community. Annie's working with the family. We're working with Kathy to get these kids back to their school of origin, into counseling, plugged into local services so that you don't just leave the facility and you're on your own. So we do have a lot of transition and follow-up care.
Well, when we opened the juvenile detention facility, and Linda Penner was there, and we talked about that, Linda and I did, about and I think we commented publicly about this isn't, detention maybe isn't the right term for this facility. I don't really like that term. We are really giving these kids, we're helping them get out of that terrible situation, and we're really giving them another chance, a chance to survive and thrive and become citizens. And one of the things that I'm always concerned about is the kids that come from these dysfunctional situations probably doesn't give it the credit. They are targets for human trafficking, every last one of them. And as much as we like to stick our head in the sand and say that doesn't happen, it does happen, and it happens in Tuolumne County. They run away, they find somebody who says they'll care for them, and they get locked into this human trafficking. By the way, this is both slave trafficking and sex trafficking. This is inexcusable that happens in our society. And so I want to commend you on the job you're doing. It's remarkable. I'm curious how long we track these kids' success. It's important they become success in life so that they don't end up in the jail.
Sherry.
I had the privilege when I was board chair of attending one of the graduations, and it really, really was a very, very uplifting event, not to just talk to the individual that was graduating, but their family members that were there. And they did take advantage of some of those wraparound services that you're providing, and they talked about going forward, doing things differently, and it was truly remarkable to hear that. My comment, though, is because I think there is so much value in this presentation, and when we talk about this as a regional facility, I appreciate this presentation. We are talking to our counterparts, I believe, as supervisors. We're talking to our partners in these other counties about how important this is. But this presentation would be so valuable for them to hear, and I know everyone's schedule is tight. And along with that, when I served on the county school board, we would have these presentations. I think it's important to be attending those other counties and giving them this information. I think they would be so interested in it, as well as their behavioral health advisory boards, because they all have an interest in this success. And so I would encourage you to reach out. Maybe you're already doing that, but to those other boards, because I think that their voice going back and talking to their supervisors about this is different. This is a pathway out. And how do we enhance the support when they go back to those counties? You know, we're placing them, we're tracking them, but making certain that those boards understand the level of continuum of care that's going on, and getting those boards to be talking to their locally elected representatives and their probation chiefs, I think would have great value, because we don't always, there's a little bit of disconnect, I think, in that conversation when I'm talking to my counterparts, supervisors from other counties. So I would encourage these presentations to expand and us to really proactively inform our other county partners, because I think I really do believe this is different. It's a pathway to success.
And just to comment on that, at the chief levels, we do talk quite frequently. For that, we have the agreements with. This particular presentation has been changed a number of times. The first time that we time slotted it, all the chiefs were going to be here for the presentation. Unfortunately, as it's changed, I wasn't able to secure any of the chiefs at this presentation, but I do believe there's somebody here from Calaveras County, maybe the juvenile division manager.
Good morning, board. Oh, I'm Ben Lale with Calaveras County Probation. You guys, that's a great presentation you guys put together. We do utilize the regional center. What I heard today, can you put back the bubbles? This is my 26th year in this profession. You have a lot of experience here, right here at the table. We've done a lot of changes over the years. And the things that your probation department is doing at the facility, it's cutting edge. We're talking about evidence-based practices. We're talking about transitional stuff in regards to from home to juvenile hall, the juvenile hall back home, and maybe to relatives they've never had contact with. We're talking about mental health assistance. We're talking about education. We're talking about kids, really. And when we're talking about kids, we're talking about what impact are we going to have on their lives so we don't have more crime in the future. And that's what the facility's doing at this time. And I just want to share that with the board and give thanks to the probation department, too. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and being a partner in this.
Yeah, let's go to public comment since we already kind of went down that road.
Hello again, Matt Peller. I'd like to ask a question before I make any additional comments, and maybe the board could, the procedure, I guess, would be to ask the board, and then the board would ask back. So if we have 20 children in the facility, what would be the cost per day of the 21st child that we take in? I'm sure there's some fixed costs that don't go away. The estimate in the Union Democrat was $300 to $500 per day, but I'm sure that within that, there's some fixed costs like the mortgage or the heat, et cetera, et cetera.
There's some fixed costs, and there's also staffing ratios, and it probably depends on the exact number.
Right.
But I'm sure Linda can answer better than I can.
So at this time, we have staffing available for up to 16 youth. This is actually an issue that
How many staff is that? I'm sorry. How many staff is that for up to 16?
There's a total of 14 staff, including Mike at the facility.
How many at one? So they're running 3 shifts probably?
Correct.
Okay.
Two, sorry. Two.
Two shifts?
And then some variable.
So how many on at one time approximately?
We try to have 3 on at all
3
times.
full time?
Mhm.
Okay.
So if we added child number 17, what would our cost per day be, is my question.
It's hard to quantify it in that way because that would bump you into requiring an additional staff person, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So it kind of depends on what you're staffed for and where.
Right. So this is a wonderful group of people.
Yeah.
And they're doing a wonderful thing. And it was a very nice presentation. But Tuolumne County and the Board of Supervisors is going to have to give up something. You can't add on a new courthouse and a new jail and this facility and expect the county to carry that load of debt. That's my opinion. So you have to decide what it is that you need to give up. If we're paying, let's say it's $200 a day per child, and we could place the child in a comparable facility, a new facility somewhere else at $100 a day, that would be a tremendous savings for the county. Now, I know there's a lot of benefit, and they explained it, and I accept the fact that it benefits the child to be treated locally. But you have the jail to consider, you have the courthouse to consider, you have all the other services. I work with homeless people. I know the needs, some of the needs of the county. And as nice as this is, it's like being on a marginal budget and going out and buying a Cadillac. Sometimes you just can't afford the nicest thing. And this is a wonderful thing, but I think it's tough to do all these things at one time. So I think we should look at the cost per child for additional children, and especially with respect to children outside of our community. And yes, we can say that the community involves 5 different counties, but if we're taking in children from Amador County, let's say, at $200 a day, we should charge them $200 a day. And the answer in the paper is, well, it's a competitive environment, and we couldn't do that. The child wouldn't come here. They'd go somewhere else. Well, so be it. That would be an answer. There'd be a comparable facility elsewhere in the region that that child could go to. So as nice as this is, I think we need to make choices. And the choices are tough choices, but that's what you folks have been elected to do. That's my opinion. I have two questions then about, well, one question in particular with respect to homeless population. There was a recent survey in the county.
Can you try to keep it pertinent to the agenda item?
Okay. Well, the agenda item is, how does a child get in there if they're homeless? These are such wonderful services, and there's children in this county who are either living in broken down RVs or in trucks somewhere in the back of Walmart and not getting these services.
Mm-hmm.
So what do they have to do? Go out and commit a crime in
Mm-hmm.
order to get in?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, yes.
Well, that's pretty
crappy.
Ass backwards, I guess, would be the right.
I agree.
Okay. So
I agree.
That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other public comment?
Well, I thought your presentation was just outstanding.
Thanks, Carol.
So hopefully I won't get emotional. Many of you know me, Mike Ayala. I retired Highway Patrol 30 years, and what's a dumb highwayman know about juvenile crime? Years ago, Los Banos Commander, Highway Patrol, we had a horrible crash with a teenager who was the driver that killed 2 or 3 family members. Repeated offender, repeated DUI. We could not book him into the juvenile facility in Merced initially. And if anybody knows me, I get very persistent, especially when it comes to law and order, when it comes to safety, when it comes to kids, and when it comes to people that have been killed. And so we persisted, we worked with the district attorney, and we finally got the charge of murder. That was the only way to get this young man into the Merced Juvenile Facility. Years later, I leave Los Banos, I come up here in 1999. I hear about community, I hear about the care about the kids, and I hear about what we think about the values in Tuolumne County. Except there's a gap. We do not have a juvenile facility. We are shipping our kids to Stockton, we're shipping our kids to Merced County, we're shipping them all the way to Reading to do some kind of juvenile program that you know, well, you may not know this. We are sending them as a master's program in criminology. When you send them out of county, there is no help when you do that. There is no relationship with the parents. Many of the parents cannot afford to drive to Shasta, Reading, etc. And I know there's a financial issue. I'm calling it growing pains. I'm not blind. But they are working on it. They're trying to increase the housing. And I suggest we continue to give them a chance and give our kids and their families a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, go for it. What's up, John?
Okay, I'm John Kiter. I'm one of the Juvenile Justice Commission members. I'm sitting back there with Bill Moores, who's also on the commission. We formed a year ago, 15 members, and we reviewed the operation and the conditions and so on in the facility. I just would like to say briefly, you got the best of the best serving the kids here. And as a superintendent for 10 years, I watched what Mike's talking about. We just threw away kids. Now we're not. We're pulling them back from the brink. I also wanted to make you aware that our first chairperson, Bob Winters, did an excellent job in getting the first report together, and I'm sure you have access to it, and it probably would be pretty enjoyable reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for serving.
Hi there. I know you guys are getting hungry, but if you give me a minute or so to share my part in the facility down there. My name's T.Y. Atkins. I'm part of I did volunteer to be the religious services coordinator at the facility, and that thrilled me once I heard that the religious services could include Christian religious services, and even more thrilled that the Christian religious services could include the name of Jesus and praying to Jesus and the scriptures and things. So I want to talk a little bit about what's come out of that time there. Well, let me share this, and then I'll share that. I didn't get a chance to write down all the things that Mrs. Hockett put up there, but when the kids come in, these are the things they jot down as history or part of their lives: family violence, parental separation, meaning abandonment, rejection. You don't matter to us. You're a mistake. You're not wanted. Incarceration, high level of incarceration from parents, emotional and physical abuse. The program we put together is providing a Christian religious service every Sunday night. We've been doing this for the last almost 5 months now. We're all volunteers. And the main thing we want to communicate with the kids is the main thing that's been lacking in their lives, especially at this time. I'm a failure. My family's a failure. Life's a failure. We saw the stats on the potential suicide statistics. But what we want to communicate to them, there are people in Tuolumne County that care about you. And we care about you because the God who made you cares about you. And they don't have a grid for the spiritual part of that, but we believe, and we represent about a dozen different churches, the volunteers that come in every Sunday evening. And we, it's a simple process. We pray for them. We visit them from week to week. We build friendship and trust with them. And then out of that, we build a mentoring relationship. What's been a blessing to us, it's not a have to for us to be there, and it's not a have to for the kids to be there. But every Sunday night, all of the kids that are present in the facility come to the meetings since the first meeting, unless they have an appointment at the hospital or something. And that, to me, shows a little bit of care, a little bit of concern. And all the programs that are being offered at the facility, all the other volunteer programs that are coming in, are all sending these kids the same message, that there's those in this county that care for your life. And there's no better time than now to bring the intervention of care into their lives. And when I saw the article, and I know it's an extraordinary alternative, but the thought of considering the cutting off of this facility because of budget matters, it's not an option, in my opinion. I mean, we're talking about the lives of kids. We're not talking about more books on the library, as important as books are. There has to be other places where you look and say, let's cut a little bit of this, and let's cut a little bit of this, and a little bit of this. But let's not cut the funding and the staffing for this program. I've heard within the community, some say that it's not worth it. And I've even heard within the Christian community say these kids are too far to save. They can't be helped. Their lives don't matter anymore. They've had their chance. And sometimes it's easy when you interact with kids, and I have as a teacher and as a principal for a lot of years, to have that callousness come in there and say, yeah, this one's not worth it. But we have to remind ourselves every Sunday that they're worth it to God. That's the good news. And we just celebrated Easter. That's how much each of these kids are worth it to God. So I want to commend the volunteers from my team that's come in every Sunday to let these kids know that we care, Jesus cares, and the community of Tuolumne County cares. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Sure.
Hi, my name is Deborah Enos, and I just wanted to add to that. I'm part of this service, and I've done a lot of community work with kids in this county. I've been 4-H leader for over 8 years. I ran an after-school program at Soulsbyville for 7 years. The thing that's the difference in this programs that happen in this facility is all the programs I've been involved with were parents-driven. The parents made sure the kids were involved in these programs. This program takes those kids that were left on the outside and puts them in a place that people care for them, and they can get the care and the extra curriculum that they need to establish an adulthood that establishes a good and working life.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is, Jessica Carter, and I have worked with the county for 6 years, and I work with primarily foster youth. And what a huge difference have you guys made. With the foster youth that I work with, they're going in and out of group homes, and they are withdrawn, they don't feel safe, they don't have connections. And since a few of these youth that I've worked with have been in the juvenile hall, and they have provided connections to other staff, to service providers. They're feeling safe, and you can just see that. They're offered so many things within the hall that we've already talked about, but they're also linking them to services outside. They're enrolled in college, they're in education, high school diplomas, and I can't say so many great things about what they've done and just the change in the kids and the youth that we serve. And because the kids have had such chaotic experiences in their life, the facility has created positive experiences for these kids that they have never had in their life. And they're instilling hope for the kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Randy's been itching over here.
Randy's already spoken, and
Well, that's all right. This is important. I want to thank those who just spoke, T.Y., Mike, the others. If you want to put dollars and cents on this, let me put dollars and cents on it for you. Remember the guy that used to hold the oil filter up and say, pay me now, pay me later? Remember that? You're going to pay a lot more later if you don't find a way to get these kids on the right track. You're going to pay a lot more. We aren't building prisons anymore. You got to do a pretty serious crime to get into prison. You can get into our county jail. Is that where you want them? That's where they're going to go. They'll cost us a lot more there, and they'll keep coming back. That's not the future I envision for kids. I think it's cheaper to invest in them now. Thanks, T.Y. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we've got to find a way to do the positive investments that return the results. With the prison system we've got now, AB 109, we release, quote, low-level prisoners. We've redefined serious violent crime. I don't know about you, but my view of violent crime is not changed a bit, but the prison system does that. We brought them down. We send them back here. We're in a catch and release program here. And every time you hear that we've arrested somebody, we're releasing a low-level prisoner. No one serves the full time here for things. We've changed the system. And we don't I don't know. We just cannot afford not to give our kids a chance. I'm glad you brought up foster kids. Foster kids are one that bother me too, because how do we give them a better chance? I'm not proposing we have them commit crimes and go to the juvenile center, but we gotta focus on investing in our kids. I'm done.
Okay, everything Randy said. On top of that, a lot of people don't realize the total cost if we don't have that center. And I'm talking dollar costs. I'm not just talking social costs and all of that stuff. We still would have to transport the kids somewhere and transport them back. And in some cases, that's multiple times to many times over their period of incarceration, because they're going to have court dates. They're going to have all manner of things. And we lose control of the programming. And that gets to the human element of it. We've got almost a continuum of services in our schools and now in our juvenile detention facility that deal with trauma-informed care and trying to take people when they're still malleable enough to change their life around and get them back into being productive members of society. And it's not just, if you don't do that, it's not just the cost of keeping them in a jail or a prison later on in their life. It's also the lost productivity that they're not going to be giving to our community. So, yeah, we're considering everything, because when you do budgets and have to make tough decisions, you don't do justice to the system if you don't put everything possible on the table. This is one, from my perspective, that is not something that I would support except as a very last resort. So just because it's on the table, I don't want everybody getting all up in arms and thinking that we're going to do something that I would consider to be stupid, because we're not. I don't believe. Good briefing, good programs, and I would offer anybody that really wants to see what it's about, talk to our chief probation officer, and I'm sure that she can give you a little tour out there.
Sherry?
Just real quickly, really good presentation, and it would be remiss if we did not thank all of our volunteer partners. You listed a number of them. I know people in the community that have reached out. Again, those volunteers are really a huge part of the success of this program.
And I'll just make a brief comment. I never supported the juvenile hall. I still don't. I really support what you guys are doing, and I just want you to know I appreciate your hard work and your intentions and what you're trying to do for kids, and I value that greatly. When you're sitting up here, it's very difficult to prioritize things budgetarily. The next few months as we move ahead with next fiscal year's budget, and we're looking at cutting a few $1 million. I'll just let you know I'm not going to let them cut libraries or recreation, the pools in Tuolumne and other things for lots and lots of kids. I want to make sure are still there, and it leaves there's not a lot of palatable options for where that pain's going to be dispersed. But like I said, I appreciate what you guys do. Cost benefit calculations in my mind never added up just for, we can't be everything to everyone. It's the same reason Tuolumne General Hospital had to be closed at the time. And I do think we should be very careful. I just want to direct you as we move ahead. We should not be farming out beds to other counties at a loss. I think that they should at least pay a fair share for what the cost is. But we should not be taking a loss. That's not how you do business. So with that, it's lunchtime. Thank you for the presentation, and I'll adjourn the meeting.
It's now.
There we go. Okay, I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. We're back and called the meeting back to order. Could the clerk please read item 11? Oh, 1:30, yeah.
This is a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 3.40.010 related to fees for recreation, engineering and surveying, building and safety, and environmental health.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm a poor substitute for Liz Peterson, but I'll do my best. That's to keep it short. No, at your at the April 6th Finance Committee, the Finance Committee did review the fee proposals that are before you today for recreation, surveying, building and safety, and environmental health. Again, this is part of our ongoing effort to review all of the user fees for all of your general fund departments. And again, we followed the standard process that we have used in the past and have been using throughout this whole fee review process to develop the proposals that are before you today. We will, after this group of departments, we still have the planning division and the assessor's office to go, but we hope to have those wrapped up by the end of this, before the end of this fiscal year. So the recommendation is, after your hearing today, is with whatever modifications your board might otherwise want to direct, that you go ahead and adopt the master fee ordinance for these departments. But very important, I'm going to bring to your attention after the recommendation on page 2 of the memo. I'm just going to read this so I get it straight. As an important note, due to the potential passage of a taxpayer initiative qualified for the November 2018 ballot, the Tax Fairness, Transparency, and Accountability Act, and its retroactive effect to January 1st, 2018, should it pass, it is suggested your board conform to its requirements where possible, including the requirement for a 2/3 vote of your board to approve county fee increases. Practically, this translates to a 4/5 vote requirement for a 5-member board for approval of these fee changes. So if you just did it based on the way the code and the law sits today, it'd be a typical majority vote to approve these changes. But with an eye towards that potential ballot measure, if that actually passed and we did not have a 4/5 vote of this board, that could, I guess, be retroactively applied, bringing the fees, back to what they are today.
We understand what you're saying. So here's my question, and I guess it's probably for our esteemed Ms. Drivdahl. Let's say, just for sake of argument, that we don't have a 4/5 vote, but we have 3. Obviously, we would like to have a 4/5 vote, right? But if we had 3, given that, what would be the impact of that? I mean, by current law, we've just passed something, but we would have to come back and revisit it again if the repeal goes through.
If that initiative is passed and your board adopted fees with less than a 4/5 vote, then yes, you would have to come back and revisit those fees.
Okay. Yes. But it would not necessarily preclude those new fees from going into effect.
Under the law as it currently stands, if there was only
and I'm not worried about it for this issue so
Yes.
much as we're going to have several of these going forward.
Correct.
Including a couple that we've already considered.
Correct. But I believe all of those
All
were...
of those we had 4/5.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So the dangers budgetarily then, though, if you did have to go back and revisit, say the 4/5 became the law and expectation, and things were brought back to what they were prior, all that revenue that we might have built into our budget would be lost because you couldn't go back and retroactively, fix it.
Well, that would only be the case if we didn't, on the second time around later on, not have a 4/5.
Yeah, the timing is it's from that point. Correct me if I'm wrong, Carlin, but it had to be a 4/5 vote approving it from that point forward. They couldn't go back and retroactively approve an increase to January of 18.
Correct. So and I haven't read the language of the initiative to see how exactly this would work out, but there could be a gap in between when the initiative passes and your board considered those fees again.
Okay, I hate taking up time with this, but I think it's worth it. Let's say that we pass it with a simple majority, 3 votes today, okay? And then on November 6th, or whenever Election Day is, that gets repealed retroactively. And then on November, whatever the next Tuesday is, we come back, reconsider. Because the difference is, in particular today, we've only got 4 people, and we would have 5 theoretically then. And then we would pass that with 4/5 the second time. What happens to all those fees, if I'm understanding Mr. Pedro right, all those fees that we've collected between today or whenever we get this into
And as I mentioned, I have not read the initiative. Deputy County Counsel Christopher Schmidt, who just so happened to have walked into the room,
so this
has
was
reviewed
not
this.
a question for the esteemed Ms. Dribdahl. It was a
It was a question that I could easily pass off to my esteemed colleague, Christopher Schmidt.
Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. Under the text of the initiative, if your board does not have a 4/5 vote today, it could be held void. So that would be concerning. If you didn't obtain a 4/5 vote today, I'd probably recommend we pull it and address any issues and re-present it.
Thank you. That answers the question.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have become aware, with some more notes from different people here, even during our lunch break, that that the BIA would like to weigh in on this, and they weren't. I didn't see them present at the Finance Committee meeting, and I would ask that we go back and certainly review several of these items with them before we consider it. So I'm going to ask that we table this until the next meeting and give the BIA a chance to work with ours.
Okay, now you're down from 4/5 to 2.
Okay. So I'm okay with that. Craig, is there any reason why this needs to be heard now, or is it?
We'd do whatever appropriate re-advertising, we would need to do to hold the hearing.
Actually, if you just open the public hearing, you can continue it to a time certain.
Okay.
And refer this to the. So at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. And with that, do I just take consensus or chairman's prerogative, or what do I?
Well, I would recommend, if there are people here who have come to speak on the item, to take those comments today.
Okay.
You can then continue the public hearing to another time certain with consensus of the board.
So we would need to do the presentation. Is there a further presentation?
It was really, I was just, since it already gone through the finance committees, if there's any questions, you have all the staff, here to answer those questions. You could do that still, and/or you could also see if there's any public comment.
Let's do that. At this time, we'll open it up for public comment for the public hearing. Do we need to do for or against?
That is up to your board.
So we'll
Traditionally, you do
just-
for and against, but it's
We'll
your
just keep
prerogative.
it all one thing. So is there any public comment? Come on, Mike.
Don't be bashful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Not really prepared for public comment, honestly. In general, we support the board and we support staff and their decision-making process. We were not part of the line item discussion of these components. So I'll admit I've also received a numerous amount of phone calls and emails, et cetera, in discussion. So I know that we do not have any consensus in our membership. But I would like to reemphasize our support of the leadership that we currently have in the county and the administrative frame of mind and effort to work through these issues. I appreciate, even last Saturday, Doug Oliver made a point of putting his hand out to me to talk about how we can improve efficiencies in the system in the future. That's very much appreciated. I don't have a lot more to add to that, just because I'm not dialed in on a lot of the details that I really wish I was, but we weren't involved in that conversation. But I do want to reemphasize our support for what staff is doing, and understand that this is a simple math equation of cost to date, and that we have expenses and we need to cover that. So we do not want to derail the boat, but we want to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I must have said 3 or 4 times that the public needs to get their butt to the Finance Committee meetings. And at the last Finance Committee meeting, only one member of the public had their butt in a chair. So if you don't like what's being spent, or you have questions about it, then you need to come to those meetings where those decisions are being discussed.
Hello, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Before you are more than just building planning fees, we also have recreation fees. And these fees, we are intending to charge them this summer for the recreation programs. If we delay this, we like to start advertising soon for our summer programs, and just it may be difficult to get the advertising out on time with the appropriate fees if the recreation fees are pushed off until May.
Okay. Question.
County Council, can we approve just one of them? Since they're all on the agenda?
Yes, you would basically be adopting, we'd have to revise the ordinance that's before your board today if you wanted to adopt just one section of the fees today. If you are going down that path, I would also request that you consider there is a one fee listed in the ordinance for the agricultural commissioner. I'm sorry, it's actually 2, that inadvertently the numbers were too high in the original ordinance. It wasn't what your board had originally adopted, and so we have that correction in the ordinance that's before you. So if you did want to move forward with the recreation fees, I would also request that you include that administrative revision.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, is there any additional public comment? Okay, so we want to
I got a motion.
close the public hearing then? Or am I still postponing it till a later date? Help me out here.
Y'all bring me the most interesting issues.
You brought this to me.
You just have to re-advertise.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be best to split these out if you want to move forward with the recreation fees, and then let us just re-advertise on the remainder of the fees. Just
Right.
It'll be
So
cleaner
close the
that
public
way.
hearing.
Close the public hearing.
Okay, at this time, seeing no further public comment, public hearing is closed. Bring it back to the board.
And Mr. Chairman, the motion, if you wanted to act on just the rec fees, then would be to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance for the Recreation Department, Section 3.40.010.
Okay.
And
and what she said as far as the ag.
And the Ag Commissioner's fees.
Let me get to, okay. So what you'll be approving is the ordinance before you, Section 1, which relates to the agricultural commissioners, and Section, Section 8.
Okay.
So sections 2 through 7 would be removed from the ordinance.
Okay.
I move to adopt the ordinance, Section 1 and 8, and not Sections 2 through 7, and direct staff to re-advertise and to coordinate with such public entities private entities as may wish to be coordinated with, specifically BIA.
I'll second.
Okay.
Can I get a clarification on the motion, though? Because there are two administrative sections. Really, it's the motion would be to approve the ordinance before you, removing sections 2 through 8, or 2 through 7, I'm sorry.
I think that's what I said.
There's
It's not, it is what I meant.
Thank you.
Clarified, second? Okay. With that, I'll bring it back for a vote. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Would the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to severe weather and flooding.
Good afternoon, County Administrator's Office. I'm sorry, I didn't say my name. Tracy Riggs with the County Administrator's Office. So the item before you today is to consider renewing the proclamation for the floods that took place on March 21st and 22nd. So today we have Dave Ruby with the Community Resources Agency and myself to give you an update, and a few others are in the audience to help answer questions as well. So as your board is aware, on March 21st and 22nd, we had another series of storms that came into our county and caused significant flooding, erosion of roads, water conveyance systems, and various different infrastructure throughout the county. As a result, the chairman of the board, who is also the director of Office of Emergency Services, proclaimed a state of emergency, and your board ratified that proclamation on March 28th. Since that time, we have had Cal OES and FEMA here to perform the initial damage estimates and then preliminary damage assessments, and those are two different things. The IDE is completed by Cal OES. At that point, they were well over $78 million with their estimate for 4 of the 5 counties who proclaimed. The governor's office then put in a request to FEMA to ask them to come in and perform the preliminary damage estimates. Unfortunately, at this time, we're getting a lot of questions about, why we're not moving forward, what's happening, what's the status. There is a lot of work that has taken place, and while it might not be work to the actual infrastructure, there's a lot of work that has to take place in working with all the state and federal agencies, and staff have been very busy with that. Unfortunately, to this date, and I did just confirm this today with Dana Ellis, who is our OES representative, the governor to this date has still not proclaimed this a state of emergency. He has not authorized the California Disaster Assistance Act. What they are trying to do is determine if there are significant, and I shouldn't say significant enough because we know it's significant, but do we meet the threshold for a federal proclamation? And that runs right now, I'm hearing anywhere between 52 and 56 million. And part of the issue with that, when you hear that 78 million initially that we had, is when FEMA comes in, there are certain things that they start to remove from those preliminary damage assessments. For example, the estimate that we have for our own roads was approximately $8 million. When FEMA came in, and just, Cal OES did write it for that, but when FEMA came in, they reduced it to about $4.5 million. A major part of that is because of the road, the major collector, Ferretti Road, which is eligible under FHWA, so therefore FEMA wouldn't cover it. So those are the types of adjustments that they're pulling out, and that does affect whether or not we would qualify for FEMA assistance. But I do want to make sure that you are aware and that our community is aware that as of right now, we are waiting on the governor to act. You probably saw the email that Mr. Pedro sent out to the coordinator for the emergency funds through FHWA, and he did respond this morning, and his response was that there are funds that would be available in the event that the governor proclaims a state of emergency and makes that part of his request. They cannot even accept an application from us until that request is made by the governor of California. So everything is hinging on that proclamation from the governor's office. So I just want to make sure you know we are talking with them daily, sometimes multiple times in one day to try and get an update. Hetchechi is calling me on a daily basis as well, texting, they're wanting updates. So, and of course our own staff who are just wanting to get in there and do these repairs, but yet we are being told we need to wait. And in that same email back to Mr. Pedro regarding the FHWA funds, he mentioned at least twice that if we were to move forward, that we would be at great risk for reimbursement. So there are many, many reasons, and I know you know this, but I want to make sure our community knows that we're not just holding up for the sake of holding up. We really are trying to work through all the red tape here. So in the meantime, what I'd like to do is defer to Dave. He will give you an update on our roads.
Before you do that, can I just ask, and this is really for the public's information, I think I'm correct, and correct me if I'm not. You do a wonderful job of that. But one of the reasons that we didn't get as much funding in some cases due to the damage from the storms was because we hadn't kept our roads in a good state of repair. Is that correct?
That is correct. When FEMA came in for the 2017 storms, they
yeah. So the fact that we haven't had adequate road funding from our state, lo these many years, actually cost us money on top of the normal road maintenance because we had to cover some of those repairs ourselves, and FEMA couldn't when we otherwise would have gotten FEMA reimbursement.
That's correct.
So road funding is really pretty important. Could I add to that?
No.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about, and right in line with what Supervisor Roderfer said, is that FEMA didn't come to the table, in my view, as expeditiously as they should have or could have last year. And then they used the excuse of hurricanes, which happened way after our disasters last year. And we were continually at risk for not being reimbursed. And some of those areas that were damaged have been damaged further. And I'm concerned whether they are taking that into account and saying, you didn't fix your roads, so I'm not going to help you here. Is that happening too?
Damned if you do, damned if
There's,
you don't.
we have some areas, and I will defer to Dave and David if they're, I don't know if we've had significant damage to the same areas. I know, say, for example, Marsh's Flat had another area that was damaged, so that's the one.
We've seen some damage in some of the weakened roads, but not in exactly the same spots. A lot of the stuff that hasn't been repaired from the 2017 storms has held up surprisingly well and isn't significantly worse or much noticeably worse. We went through immediately after the storms on the 22nd of March and reviewed all of our still open landslide sites, all of our other major sites that we haven't been able to get to yet, just to see if they've worsened or if this storm had caused any further trouble to them. And they all looked fundamentally the same. And we've been by them numerous times since then in the last few weeks. And, knock on wood, they're holding up in the same state as they were before.
Okay.
But I am here today to give you a quick tour of some of the damage that we've incurred on our county-maintained roads all throughout the county. So if we could perhaps somebody dim the lights, it'd be a little easier to see. So this was all damage that was incurred on county-maintained roads. Incident was the atmospheric river that we received on March 22nd, 2018. The first road we're going to talk about is Ferretti Road at the Groveland Creek crossing, right near the main entrance to Pine Mountain Lake. This is the main entrance to Pine Mountain Lake going in there. Before, you wouldn't notice it, but there is a really large culvert crossing for Groveland Creek. It's an 8-foot diameter metal pipe that's about 100 feet long. And the top of that pipe is about 20 feet below the surface of the road that you see here. And in the two areas outlined, immediately after that storm, we had some sinkholes developing. And those sinkholes led to these cavernous voids underneath the road. It was very unsafe to drive over a condition like that, so our road crews very quickly got K-rail out as soon as they were able after the storm to prevent any further traffic from going across the road. The inside of the pipe itself is now in really bad condition. It is what we kind of call beer canned in that it's been dented, and when a steel pipe gets dented, it loses its strength. So it's not something we would like to leave in the ground. We're not sure exactly what caused all the denting. We know a lot of trees and debris and even a couple of propane tanks that got loose went through this pipe, banging it up on the way. As of the 10th, we noticed some of the asphalt at the surface had begun to cave in on the voids, as you can kind of see here. This is on the edge of, I guess that'd be the southbound lane. And then we received a report Sunday morning this last weekend. The whole width of that collapsed. Thankfully, we blocked that off so it didn't happen when anybody drove over it. Unfortunately, there is a Groveland Community Services District water main and also a GCSD sewer main in this road, as well as a direct buried telephone cable. The collapse here did break the water and sewer mains. GCSD came out as quickly as they could and made repairs. They have excavated kind of across the width of the damage down to about 6 feet deep to reach their water main. And right there you can kind of see the remnant of the pipe they removed. They've kind of capped these off, the water main, and temporarily they do have a workaround on that. They did repair the sewer main, so it is in working condition for the time being. And we will work with them as we come up with a strategy for repair to make sure that there's not any long outages on those two facilities. There is a detour in effect because of that road closure at that site. The detour goes through a combination of public and mostly private roads in the Pine Mountain subdivision. And you can see the route here on this map. This is Pine Mountain Drive, and then it goes around on Tannehill Road and then over to Mueller to get around. So at the moment, that is what's going on at Ferretti Road. Moving on, I'd like to take you to Marsh's Flat Road. We have two areas of damage that occurred during this storm. As many of you know, Marsh's Flat Road on its northern end, the Kelly Grade, has been closed due to a catastrophic landslide we had last January, and it's still closed. That hasn't been repaired yet. And these two creek crossings, the first one is at a creek known as First Creek, and normally it looks like this. Water normally cascades down a waterfall back here, and then in a heavy rain event does go over the road. It's designed to do that. And the edge of the road here is protected with a rockery wall, and it has 3 or 4 culvert pipes that bring drainage from the other side down into this basin, which then flows downhill and into Hatch Creek, which is nearby. Unfortunately, the quantity of water that came down was huge, and it came with a lot of debris, which left this crossing looking like this. It blew out a number of lineal feet of the rockery wall. It actually took one of the culvert pipes and unraveled it like a party favor, and we had blowouts of the earthen slope on both sides of this kind of horseshoe-shaped river crossing. There you can get a better look at what happened to that pipe, and you can see how the asphalt's been undermined at this site on the edge of the road. Our South Division road crew did a heck of a job getting out there and attending to the damage immediately. They found a sinkhole that they have repaired and patched with hot mix asphalt. It's been their top priority to get at least one lane of traffic through this site, because we know that those folks out on Marsh's Flat are buttonholed behind this site and the next site because they can't get out the other way thanks to that landslide. So we've been watching this one very closely. The second site at Marsh's Flat Road is at another creek known as Second Creek. You can see its proximity. There's First Creek, and about a mile down the road, Second Creek as you go northerly. And it's a similar site with similar topography. This is on a nice day way before a storm, and normally the water kind of comes down another waterfall and collects kind of in a low spot, goes through this little protected grate that actually has 2 culvert pipes, crosses the street underneath, and then goes down another basin in this horseshoe-shaped area and down into Hatch Creek. It was hit with so much water and debris that it immediately plugged all the pipes up, and you can see kind of this big pile of debris that basically got backstopped against that tree. Our crews came out and immediately started removing this big reef of rocks and debris, and they have this cleared off again and are continuing to watch it. I came by after that second atmospheric river storm that came through a week later, and we had a little more debris here, but they were working on cleaning that out as well, so this side is looking better. Now we're going to Priest Coulterville Road, just down from the Priest Station at the intersection of 120. Priest Coulterville Road kind of meanders around as we head south towards Coulterville, and the first location of 6 that we received is at the crossing at Cobb's Creek. This is a good before shots, really pretty spot. The creek is here in a creek bed that's about 50 feet across and about 10 feet deep. Normally, it runs right through here. We had a big landslide of materials that came with what must have been a wall of water coming down Cobb's Creek, and it basically filled that 50-foot creek bed with a pile of materials at least 10 feet high. I hiked at least a quarter mile upstream to see where this came from. Where did it start? I never got to the beginning of it, so we have a lot more material further upstream too. Unfortunately, when this landslide of material hit the road, it diverted the creek, as you can see, either side around it, in the old alignment over here and in a new alignment over here, which disintegrated the edge of the pavement on this side, on the downstream side, and the upstream side, which goes through a nice concrete box culvert, got clogged up with debris too. Here's another shot looking down the edge of the road. You can see how much roadway is missing from the water damage that hit it. And you can also see kind of the debris field on the downstream side where the overtopping of this road led to that much destruction. A sharp eye can see a line hanging here. That was the AT&T underground phone cable, which now is patched by AT&T and is overhead, so it can't get damaged again. Here's another shot. You can see the landowner's fence that was completely buried pretty much here, and the creek running nearby it on the wrong side. Before that second following atmospheric river storm came through, we got a contractor out right away to recut a segment of channel for Cobb's Creek to aim it right at the box culvert because we didn't want to lose any more of the road. So they were able to move a great deal of earth, reestablish a segment of channel to get the creek flowing where it needs to go, and they also used some of the material to kind of backstop on that lost asphalt area on the roads just to make it a little safer and try to save as much of that road as we can in a short period of time. And it looks like it weathered that second atmospheric river storm pretty decently. Second location on Priest Coulterville Road's a couple of miles south of the first. Here's kind of a bird's eye view of it. Normally it doesn't look like much. There is a 6-foot diameter steel pipe culvert underneath our road there. And it actually has concrete head walls on either side. Driving by, you'd probably never notice it. After our storm, it clogged up on the upstream side, which is on your right there, overflowed the road to the left and eroded away all the soil between the road and the concrete wing wall of head wall of the culvert on the outlet side. As you can see, the gap there is it's close to 10 feet deep and about 6 feet wide. The material's just gone. You can see the phone line poking out there again. Unfortunately, when we inspected it, the head walls on the inlet and outlet sides of this culvert have a nice sharp crack right through the middle from the top of pipe to the top of the wall, which to us engineers means it needs to be replaced. Third location on Priest-Coulterville Road is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the second. There's our second. Here's our third. This one, too, you wouldn't notice it from the road, but another culvert crossing. This is the upstream side. This is the downstream. It plugged up with debris from somewhere upstream, a lot of trees and organic stuff. And over top the road at this site, you can kind of see a lot of grass is kind of rolled over there on the edge. And this head wall of this culvert is actually a nice stacked rock one. But the top 2 feet of stacked rocks were undermined by the flow and just plopped down into the creek bed. So we need to get in there and replace that upper 2 feet, make it a safer shoulder, and make sure the rest of the head wall isn't going to crumble anytime soon. The fourth location on Priest-Coulterville is just a little further south of the third. This is another culvert which plugged up and overtopped the road with storm flows. This one, we had some damage on the slope areas on the upstream side, which is this side, and the downstream, which is that side. This is the after photo. Our guys cleaned it up pretty well as best they could from the road, but there is a kind of a sharp chasm that was cut in from the drainage flow on the upstream side. And on the downstream side, you can see here we have a loss of slope materials that needs to be replaced. Priest-Coulterville Road location number 5 is kind of in a very hilly area on the bend. This one drains downhill sharply and is on the side of a hill. The uphill side culverts plugged up when a small landslide filled them, and that allowed a lot of water to cross the road at this site, which now looks like this. It's eaten away a great portion of slope and exposed our culvert pipes here. Here's that from the other direction. You can see kind of how much slope has been lost, and it goes pretty sharply downhill there. So we need to get that fixed. Location number 6, the last one that we've discovered on Priest-Coulterville Road, is at the Big Jackass Creek. This is a really large box culvert. It looks like a bridge from the road. Really pretty spot. This is what it looks like. Here's our box culvert crossing. Unfortunately, today it looks like this. The water came from uphill. A bunch of trees and other debris that were caught in the flow got stuck up against here, ripped the railing clean off on the upstream side. It's gone now. And then the water crossed the road and tore up the road. Thankfully, the box culvert looks to be in pretty good state of repair, but the road has some pretty significant voids and the asphalt needs to be replaced. This pipe here contains the phone line. Down the street, they've run that line completely underground on that edge of the road. And the downstream side, which we're looking at here, looks like a war zone with all the debris and stuff that was carried by the creek during the storm. Moving on now to Deer Flat Road, just outside of Big Oak Hill. Here's our problem site is right here, and it's a site that is really similar to the one on Ferretti Road in its nature, only on a much, much smaller scale, thankfully. I don't have a good before photograph, but this is kind of what it looks like presently. There's I believe it's a 36-inch steel culvert pipe about 20 feet below the surface of the ground here. And you can see kind of some holes there. There's another one on this side that you can't see. But they go underneath the pavement and have undermined the roadway. So we're going to need to tear out the culvert pipe and replace the fill up to the level of the road. Merrill Road, outside of Groveland, we have a very shallow culvert there, kind of a lousy before photograph, I'm sorry. After photograph, looks about the same, but what you kind of see up close is a shallow culvert, which is down here, plugged up with debris, and the flows overtop the road, and that in turn has torn up the head wall and the asphalt, and we've discovered we now have a void about 2 feet by 2 feet in cross section going in all the way to the center line of the road. So right now we're down to one lane on Merrill Road because if you drove over this, it would collapse under your car. Moving on to Black Road, just off of Highway 120 in Big Oak Flat. There's a culvert crossing just off the highway next to a private driveway. Culvert's a really shallow one. It plugged up under heavy flow or just couldn't handle it. And the kind of eddies of water that flowed over the road took out a big chunk of shoulder there, leaving about a 2-foot drop off of the edge of the pavement. At this site, our South Division crew's already gone in and plugged up that area with ballast rock and base rock and have repaired this site already. Looking over by the Don Pedro community right off of Highway 132, which is right here, we have Zarzamora Road. This took a huge amount of rainwater coming down from the north, heading this way towards the lake. And all of it tried to get through some culverts on Zarzamora Road, couldn't do it. Road was overtopped, and this offside edge, the water flows basically hydraulically strip mined the topsoil off of the existing slope, exposing the surface of these rocks and stuff that are the fill for the embankment of the road. So we need to get in there and replace a lot of that soil. Kind of a similar situation in Las Palmas Road, which is just 2 blocks upstream from that site. This is Las Palmas Road here. Another culvert got plugged up with flow going in this direction and overtopped the road, which took out the shoulder and compromised a lot of the slope immediately adjacent to the culvert, so some repairs are needed there. We had another situation on Old Highway 120 near 2nd Garrote in the old hanging tree. There's our spot right there, and just too much flow going through a shallow culvert. Right there you can kind of see the after photo, still kind of muddy and messy looking. It's a double culvert assembly actually, and used to have a dry stack wall there. It's kind of gone now, and the water has delaminated the asphalt here. You can see it's kind of caked up and broken. Our South crew has already done quite a bit of work on this site to make it safer and passable. And moving on now to the northern part of the county, off of Big Hill Road, near the Hattler Mill, we have a county-maintained gravel road called 5 Mile Creek Road. And we have about a 1/4 mile long segment of really bad erosion. It's a pretty spot out in the middle of the boonies where we have another waterfall that kind of sharply comes down the hill into a couple of culverts, and normally would go underneath our gravel road. There was just too much, and the water decided to go in the wheel tracks down the hill, which is down the road here, and a lot of us in the county do have gravel driveways, so we kind of know what this is like. However, these rills that the water's eaten away in the road range anywhere from 2 feet to 6 or 8 feet deep. And they gather in a hole that is 10 feet wide, 10 feet deep, and about 57 feet long, so you could hide a school bus in it. And then it sharply goes downhill into 5 Mile Creek. So we were really surprised when we heard about that one. Moving on now to LaGrange Road, which is one of our major collectors, and this is a roadway, too, that like Ferretti Road, would be covered under the FHWA ER program for emergency repairs. We have discovered 3 locations of damage out north of Bonds Flat Road. Bonds Flat is over here. The first one is at what we call milepost 5.53. It's a culvert crossing. Culvert couldn't deal with the amount of water coming down and rode over top there, which took out quite a bit of slope and kind of exposed the edge of the asphalt pavement. Similar situation at a location less than a mile away from that called milepost 6.12. Another culvert just couldn't deal with all the water coming down the hill from that heavy rain. In this case, it kind of has broken up the edge of the asphalt, so that needs to be repaired before it gets any worse. And then another fraction of a mile down the road at milepost 7.26, another culvert crossing, similar situation, too much water. We have actually damage on both sides of the road at this site, but we have kind of about a 2-foot drop off the edge there where we've lost shoulder materials thanks to our storm. And taking you back, this is the last site I think we have in our presentation. This is Boitano Road, north of Groveland, off of Ferretti Road. We have a kind of a seasonal drainage that goes through some of that ranch country and goes through a few culverts on private driveways. But we do have some homes out there on Boitano. This is the creek drainage. I apologize for the poor before photograph. But the heavy flows and plugged culvert at this location here caused the loss of overtopping of the culvert and a loss of a lot of slope materials. Normally there's about 4 foot wide more chunk of dirt all the way down here to this driveway crossing at the end there. And it has kind of compromised the edge of the asphalt pavement here, about 2 feet wide underneath the row of barricades that you see there in the photograph. So at the moment, that's the major damage that we've been tracking in the CRA Roads Department on our county-maintained roads, coincident with the storms that we received on the 22nd of March.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Yeah. A couple of these roads I'm really concerned about, those that don't have a detour, that have a real fire history. That Marsh's Flat, Priest Coulterville Road area. And I'm sure that we're relaying that to the state, that, fire season will be here. And we need a pathway to be able to get emergency equipment. So I really appreciate that we have one lane open, but I'm sure that one lane would not necessarily accommodate heavy equipment or emergency equipment. And if it does, I'll feel a little bit at ease. If it doesn't, I'm just very concerned about what that will mean a couple months from now.
Yeah, at that one site, I can tell you that our South Division crew was very careful to kind of pave a little wider on the outside of that elbow. They feel that if you needed to, you could get a gooseneck trailer in and out of there. A semi-rig, let's say like a lowboy trailer carrying a bulldozer or something, probably not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that was going to be my other concern, is that there are several hundred head of cattle that are up there seasonally, and we may have to work with those ranchers to try and figure out how to, David, maybe we can talk about this, but they can drive those cattle to an area or something. But, getting those semis up there might be problematic, and those cattle they'll have to be moved here in a couple months.
During our course of work, I know I witnessed myself while I was out there with South Crew inspecting some of the damage on Marsh's Flat. We did speak to at least 2 different cattlemen and talked about what would be a good way to get their cattle out. And I think some of those cattle ranchers said they had access to some smaller trailers and were thinking about moving their cattle by means of that instead of the big semi-rigs.
Thank you for that. We may chat further on that.
Just real quick, I just want to answer Supervisor Brennan. So we are working with, for the previous storm, we are definitely working with FEMA and with Cal OES about that priority and what that means for some of these areas. But I do want to make sure you know that FEMA did give a verbal obligation. We're waiting for the written still for Marsh's Flat Road. It was for $633,000. I'm going to look at David or Tanya. I think that the estimate for Marsh's Flat for that previous last year is about $1.4 million. So as you can see, we're about $800,000 short. And the other thing is Matt Reed with Congressman McClintock's office has been communicating with us and working with FEMA, and we have let him know that now we have to go through an appeal process. We have another area such as Italian Bar where somehow they submitted a scope of work that was never signed off or approved by any of us, and ultimately it usually goes through the county administrator as your authorized agent. It was still submitted. Now they're telling us we have to go back through and appeal that and go through a process that never came through us in the first place. So we are pushing all of these up. Mr. Pedro and I are trying to get a meeting with Eric Lamro. You may remember him from the past. He was quite instrumental. So we will be asking him whether we go there or he comes here so that we can get this elevated and get this taken care of.
Any more comments, questions from the board? All right.
I just got one. This is really gloomy. But in the doom and gloom, I just want to make sure that the people that are out there working to put these roads back together again know that we really, really appreciate their work. This is hard work, and it's tough prioritizing it, I know. And a lot of the initial stuff was done while a lot of this water was flowing. So, and the rest of us were maybe inside trying to stay dry. So, please pass on to the staff, David, our appreciation to all the road crews that are out there doing their very, very best, and probably better than their best, to get these roads back when we can.
Okay. Randy?
Are you going to take public comment, or you want us to go ahead?
I'm trying to finish with you guys first.
Okay, well, I just offered my assistance to Tracy if she needs to
Thank you for
cut
that.
through some roadblocks.
Public comment? All right. Bring it back for a motion.
I'll move approval of the resolution continuing the local state of emergency due to extreme
Second.
weather and flooding.
Okay.
By the way, next time you show pictures like that, you need a disclaimer. Those are X-rated. Those are really ugly. But thank you for doing it.
There's a difference between X-rating and ugly, Randy.
Get both.
I was afraid to show them after lunch to turn your stomach, but
Yeah.
sorry we had to do that.
Okay. Call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Can the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of approving the 2016 through 2020 United Domestic Workers of America AFSCME Local 3930 Memorandum of Understanding.
Good afternoon. Ann Fremd, Human Resources Risk Manager. Before you is the 2016 to 2020 UDW, which is the union that represents in-home support services providers Memorandum of Understanding. As you can see by the dates, we have been in long-term negotiations with them, and we finally have settled on terms that were agreed to and ratified by the bargaining unit. The term of the MOU obviously starts July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2020. Effective January 1st, 2018, the minimum wage in the state of California went to $11 an hour. The providers received that $11 an hour, which is their base wage, which is used to calculate the MOE that we have with the state that pays for these services to the county. Effective upon union ratification, which I already said happened, and the Board of Supervisors approval, and then eventually state approval, the county has agreed to do a wage supplement, which is 50 cents above the state minimum wage, which was authorized by SB 90. The cost of this supplement will be added to the MOE. There will be a one-time adjustment, which I will talk about in just a few minutes. When the governor signed SB3, which was the minimum wage changes, there is a trigger mechanism put in there that if certain economic conditions are not met in the state, they can freeze the minimum wage at the current rate. And if that happens, the provider's wages will stay at minimum wage plus the 50 cents until minimum wage then subsequently changes. We also agreed to supply a supply closet with protective equipment such as gloves, disinfecting wipes, masks, and hand sanitizers. The union will be responsible for doing all the inventory and handing out supplies so that way they can keep track of what they're spending and give that to the county annually, every fiscal year, so that way we can restock the cabinet. This year there'll be a $2,500 purchase available for them, and then for the 2 subsequent years of the MOU is $5,000 each year. When the last memorandum of understanding was approved, there was a agency shop provision in the MOU. There has since been a case that has determined that agency shop for in-home IHSS is illegal, so we have changed that language and have the union has the sole responsibility for notifying the state, who actually is the person who pays the wages to in-home support services, so union dues can be collected for those people that elect to be part of the union. For the current fiscal year, the only increase in cost is the $2,500 for the supply closet. It takes the state of California 60 days after union ratification, after board approval, for them to be able to approve wages, which means best case scenario, very end of June, which is paid in the fiscal year, next fiscal year. The one-time wage supplement will be calculated by the state and we'll have a one-time charge to the MOE, and so it will not be inflated annually. And then, of course, there are inflators to cover costs and such, and there's a 5% inflator for 18-19 and a 7% inflator for 19-20 that is embedded into the price of the MOE. What's important to note is we, of course, have to estimate the hours for the fiscal year because the fiscal year is not over, so we're pretty certain these are pretty close to what the numbers are going to be. But of course, the state makes the final determination of that, and that won't happen until sometime next fiscal year. So it is recommended that your board approve the attached United Domestic Workers of America AFSCME Local 3930 Memorandum of Understanding and the associated resolution.
Excellent. Board questions? Public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Neville. I'm with UDW AFSCME 3930, and I just wanted to say on behalf of the home care providers in Tuolumne County, they thank you for considering approving this.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the attached United Domestic Workers of America Local 3930 Memorandum of Understanding and Associated Resolution.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 13.
You'll be listening.
Consideration of approving a cooperative agreement with Stanislaus County related to groundwater sustainability plan development.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, with the passage of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in 2017, your board elected to become the Groundwater Sustainability Agency for approximately 1,000 acres of the 250,000-acre high-priority Modesto subbasin that falls within the county's jurisdiction. The remainder of the subbasin that is not Tuolumne County is managed by the Stanislaus and Tuolumne Rivers Groundwater Basin Association Groundwater Sustainability Agency, which I'm going to call the Valley Agency. That's a mouthful. I can't even do the acronym. Anyway, Liz has been attending these meetings in cooperation so that we're not alone. Again, we're dealing with only 1,000 acres within Tuolumne County. One of the requirements of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is that we develop plans for each of these groundwater sustainability areas or agencies. What the state prefers is to have one plan for each basin. And since we're part of the larger Valley Agency basin, I'll just say, the thought is that we, for economy of staff time and dollars, to develop a separate one for our county, that we just go ahead and work together with the Valley Agency in developing and coordinating with them in the development of a plan that incorporates Tuolumne County. The staff report mentions that if we do this, it'll incorporate those lands within Tuolumne County. We'll be given ample opportunity to provide input into the development of that plan. Any recommendations, requests, changes, additions from Tuolumne County that are not included in the plan will be responded to in writing by Stanislaus County. And the costs for development are to be shared equitably amongst all those public agencies. And in the report, it mentions that it could cost upwards of $470,000 to develop this plan, and that Tuolumne County's share under a straight formula approach would be approximately $19,600 per year for 3 years, for a total of $58,800. And just say, I did talk to Liz about that and said, is there any way you think they would negotiate something lower, since we're talking a grand 1,000 acres of the 250,000 acres? Said it's possible, but at the meeting they were at, they bemoaned what other agencies in the valley and the various places had done, and they're very complicated, very contentious, so they're trying to keep it very simple. But even if we ended up at the 58,000 plus, that's still much more economical than if we tried to do something like this on our own. So before you is a cooperation agreement with Stanislaus County. They're taking it to their board on May 1st, and this has been developed in coordination with County Council and our specialty outside attorney, and it's recommended for your approval.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
When this whole thing, this Sigma thing started, I went to some of the meetings and we saw that 1,000 acres, and originally they didn't want to consider us because we were nothing. It's good that we're doing this. This is just the right thing. Doing this on our own wouldn't make any sense at all.
Perfect.
I attended a number of those meetings early on too, and I also believe that Sigma's going to be looking east. And while we may have 1,000 acres now, I think that they have already said out loud that they're looking at some boundary line changes on that with some of these water basin areas that have been designated. And so I think it will actually be encroaching farther into the county in the future.
Yeah. My discussions with Liz is there's some likely opportunities to get that groundwater basin better surveyed, because there's questions about where the boundary of that water basin actually goes. If you remember back probably 2 years ago, we were originally told we didn't have any part of it, and then we were told by the same people that told us we didn't have part of it that we did have part of it. So there's some potential benefit of really hard nailing down where that boundary goes as well, and I'm certainly in favor of this, and I'll be glad to make the motion when after we've had public comment.
Okay, with that, a call for public comment. Bring it back, Carl.
Okay, move on. Staff recommendation of approving a cooperative agreement with Stan County related to groundwater sustainability plan development.
Second.
Motion and second. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Carries 4-0. Thank you. Could the clerk please read item 13A?
Consideration of approving correspondence supporting Senate Bill 1463, Cap and Trade Fund for Utility Hardening and Wildfire and Forest Mitigation.
All right, Randy.
Okay, this, back up a little minute. Senator John Morlock is a senator from Southern Orange County, an urban area. I have a long history with him because he used to be a supervisor, and I met him at the California State Association of Counties. When we were trying to get people up here to see the impact of fire on rim fire, he was the only urban legislator who would send a representative. I give them a lot of credit for that, and I just had to add that in. So on Thursday night, the same guy who came out here and went through a rimfire tour with us, who works on Morlock's staff, sent me a note, and I didn't get to actually see it until Friday morning, asking us to support this SB 1463. You've got the draft letter, which I think is sufficient. One of the important things and the highlights of this thing is that the fires in the urban areas last year really prompted this, and the fires in the state of California produced more greenhouse gases, more than 50% of the greenhouse gases, on and on and on, all that. Finally, somebody's gotten attention to it, and what Senator Morlock wants to do is suggest that they take 25%. I'd like it to be a little more than that, but 25% of the cap and trade revenues and apply them to counties with forest and forest fire prevention programs and greenhouse reduction programs. So there's a pretty good chance that the forested counties of California, the rural counties, will get a good piece of this and put it to work solving some of the problems instead of just passing the money off to high-speed rail or something else like that. Mm-hmm. So I personally wrote a letter on Friday and got it in. There is a hearing tomorrow. That's the importance of why we put it on the agenda in time, but kind of late in the game on Friday to get support from as many agencies as possible on this subject and get letters in. So that's what I'm asking you to do, is support a letter in favor of SB 1463.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board? Seeing none, public comment? Bring it back for motion.
I'd like to move in favor of the letter.
Second.
Motion and second from Rotifer. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 4-0. Thank you. Item 14.
Reports.
Council?
Well, I know you all have heard, but I have to just really congratulate Carlin Driftle in my office for her excellent legal work on the Stone Mill Center, as well as the CRA team, because obviously it takes all of that team to put it together, and then Developers Council, who was really instrumental. So
thank you and congratulations,
County Council. I would like to add to your congratulations to Mr. Dahl, because I really think that was a landmark decision in favor of the people of Tuolumne County.
Definitely let her know. She knows that. We're really proud of the work.
I think this entire board applauds the effort of staff and everyone that participated in that.
And I would like to add that that was accomplishable because of the public record that we set in the public hearing. And that was a coordinated effort to make sure that we addressed adequately every single point of contention. And when it got before the judge, there was, I don't believe, any question in his mind that there was no basis for the lawsuit to begin with.
Thank you. Clerk?
Nothing.
Rutherford?
I'll forgo in the interest of time.
Thank you. Mr. Pedro?
Same thing.
Thank you. We're saving room for Randy.
I just have to mention this. Our Motherlode Job Training Organization is doing remarkable efforts. We've got new leadership. They are changing the game. They're making Motherlode Job Training an active part of our community and our region. And they just, in the last 3 months, picked up 4 new grants for in excess of $1 million to help train our workforces and go forth and do some really good things. And by the way, I've already mentioned this to several people. One of them is they have money to support the 2017, not 2018, storm damage repairs in the region, and David is aware of that. They also have some money to support firefighter training, and I've made that known as well. I think that's the important things, that we pay attention to those things, and they're going out and doing that. The final thing I want to say, well, actually, 2 things. One is I sat in and chaired 2 Eagle Scout review boards recently. when you do that, I got to tell you, you got to be proud of some of the young men in our county who go through the effort to achieve at that level. Final thing is there is another bill, AB 2208, which you need to be aware of. I'm not sure I fully support this, but I certainly support part of it, and that is they are trying to designate that that renewable, both geothermal and biomass, as a form of renewable energy. The only problem I've got is, and they want the providers to take 25% of their load that way. They're kind of overprescribing the grid management equation, and they want 40% to come from the Salton Sea. I'm having a little problem with that, but the concept of naming those two as renewables is a good thing. I'm done.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I'd like the public to be aware that there is going to be a meeting of the biomass yard campus silo of the NDRC grant at the Forest Service office on Greenlee Road, an open house on Wednesday, the 18th at 5 p.m. And also that the Vision Sonora plan is moving ahead with a number of projects, and if you are interested in any of the projects that will be taking place on Washington Street, I would encourage you to go to the city website, and I know they would appreciate hearing from those that are interested. And lastly, I would just Bob and I were invited to attend the Lamplighter dinner put on by the Historical Society a week ago on Friday, and they made a really nice presentation to Bob on the Sug House, and it was a very well-deserved presentation and was very, very much appreciated.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, that's it for reports. Can the clerk please read our closed sessions, item 15 and 16?
Closed session, conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Craig Petero and Daniel Richardson, related to several parcels located in Jamestown. Mine, APN 58227, 30, 58231 through 35, 5856001 through 03, and 55980 42. Then we have a closed session conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956-9D4, one case. Anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956-9D2, two cases. Existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956-9D1, one name unspecified. Disclosure of the case name would jeopardize the county's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations.
Thank you. Supervisor Brennan?
I need to recuse myself from item 15 due to Government Code Section 87100.
Okay. And council, do we expect to report anything out?
Probably on one item.
One item? Okay. And is there any public comment on the closed sessions? Come on up.
Please get rid of that mine property and make $1 bazillion.
Yep. Anything else? All right. With that, we will recess to closed session and be back shortly. Thank you.